me to start the seminar today by doing it the Indonesian way of acknowledging our needs for God's blessings. And I would like to ask the honor of those among us who have different beliefs to please join us by expressing your prayer in your own ways. Let us pray. Dear Father in heaven, thank you for giving us life. Thank you for making us in such fearful and wonderful manners. Thank you for giving us a chance to work out all the grace that you have abundantly supplied to us. And today, we especially thank you for the chance to wrestle with how we can face challenges and make use of opportunities that will be coming our ways in the future in our role as educators. Today, as we take time to celebrate your leading to us in the past 40 years at UKRIM, we realize how technologies and societies continue to develop and change. So today, Lord, we humbly ask for your blessings for us in the seminar, on our speakers, on all the participants here on-site as well as off-site as well as on-site, and on the support team. We acknowledge that your ways are higher than our ways, your thoughts than our thoughts. So we ask that all that we hear and discuss today will open up doors as you lead. We ask that all that happens today will lead us into actions according to your will. May you freely use us as you wish to produce fruits of your work. We ask that we may be of better service to humanity, to our country, our community, and to each other because of today. And we come to you and ask all this as Christ our Lord told us to do. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Febe Maijaya. And now, before we continue this event, I'm inviting all of you to stand up. And now, together with Immanuel Choir, we will sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and followed by March of Immanuel Christian University. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'm inviting all of you to stand up, and we are going to sing together our national anthem.
Indonesia janji, ikrar perjuangan, nyalakan obor, pemandu langkahmu dalam pengamalan tugas bagi bangsa berdasarkan firman. Membina manusia, sarjana sejarah, abdi Tuhan demi sesama. Di pundakmu tugasmu dan mulia, menemukan insan cinta Tuhan. Di tanganmu triasa cinta karya, kebenaran, kasih dan dharma. Dirgahayu dalam sepak terjang, dirgahayu menyebarkan terang. Hiduplah Ukri, jayalah Ukri, semoga Tuhan bersamamu. Angkatlah panji, ikrar perjuangan, nyalakan obor, pemandu langkahmu dalam pengamalan tugas bagi bangsa berdasarkan firman. Membina manusia, sarjana sejarah, abdi Tuhan demi sesama. Di pundakmu tugasmu dan mulia, menemukan insan cinta Tuhan. Di tanganmu triasa cinta karya, kebenaran, kasih dan dharma. Dirgahayu dalam sepak terjang, dirgahayu menyebarkan terang. Hiduplah Ukri, jayalah Ukri, semoga Tuhan bersamamu.
Let's give them applause. Hiduplah Ukrim. Semoga Tuhan bersamamu. May God be with us today and forever. Hiduplah Ukrim. You may be seated. Thank you very much for great songs and performance from Immanuel Choir. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for us to hear welcome remarks from the President of Immanuel Christian University, Mr. Dr.Ir Suciadi. And followed by that, Dr.Ir Suciadi will open this webinar officially. So Pak Eka, the time is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a big round of applause for the President of Immanuel Christian University.
Selamat pagi. Saya menyambut Anda semua dengan penuh sukacita di hari istimewa dalam acara webinar internasional. Panitia telah bekerja keras untuk mewujudkan ini. Jadi seperti tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Master of Ceremony dari acara ini, bahwa ini rangkaian dari 2 hari acara puncak. Tetapi sebelumnya sudah ada acara-acara yang dibuat untuk itu, baik yang berupa penanaman, pembagian bibit tanaman, lalu pembagian sembako kepada masyarakat sekitar kampus ini, ada 5 pendukuhan, dan juga ada seminar hari ini, webinar, ada yang on-site, pembicaranya datang dari Amerika. Special thanks to Mr. Nelson Okanya, thank you for coming and join us in this seminar. Kemudian ada juga pembicara-pembicara yang secara online. Ada yang dari Jakarta, ada yang dari Kanada. Saya sebut saja satu persatu. Ada Bapak Philip Suciadi Chia, M.Th, D.Th, Ph.D. Demikian juga ada Insinyur Wasi Pramono, MASc, Ph.D. dari Kanada. Pak Wasi, panggilan pendeknya adalah dulu pernah menjadi staf pengajar di UKRIM, bahkan beliau menjadi struktural, pejabat di dekanat maupun di rektorat. Terima kasih Pak Wasi Pramono, kita diberkati Bapak bisa bergabung dalam acara istimewa pada hari ini. Kemudian special thanks juga saya tujukan kepada Prof. Cheng-I Chen, Ph.D. from Taiwan. Terima kasih sudah bergabung dengan kami dan memberikan penyegaran dalam bidang kepakarannya. Kemudian yang pembicara yang juga kami banggakan adalah Bapak Hashim Djojohadikusumo. Terima kasih beliau bisa hadir bersama-sama kita dalam acara webinar internasional ini. Terima kasih banyak dukungan dari Yayasan Iman Indonesia yang dalam hal ini akan diwakili oleh salah satu dari badan pembina dari Yayasan Iman Indonesia. Terima kasih kepada Bapak Jos Iwan Marantika, MBA. Demikian juga dengan satu-satunya moderator tunggal sepanjang hari ini, yaitu Dr. Insinyur Samuel Handali. Terima kasih banyak sudah bersedia, berkenan untuk mendampingi kami dalam kelancaran acara seminar ini. Saya mendengar dari panitia bahwa peserta baik yang on-site maupun yang ada di Zoom jumlahnya lebih dari 400. Jadi bahkan mendekati angka 500. Tadi pagi sampai 450-an dan mungkin masih sambil berjalan karena itu Zoom-nya tidak dikunci sehingga bisa diakses kapan saja. Terima kasih banyak untuk kerja kerasnya, kami memuji Tuhan, kami berterima kasih kepada panitia yang sudah bekerja keras untuk mempersiapkan semuanya ini. Terima kasih juga kepada sister school here, ETSI, Evangelical Theological Seminary in Indonesia, STTI, yang sudah berbagi tempat dan waktu untuk menggunakan Chapel Krismarantika di tempat ini. Sehingga kami dalam persiapan sejak hari Jumat yang lalu sampai dengan hari ini, bahkan puncaknya besok di acara ibadah, kami dapat menikmati semua fasilitas yang kita pakai bersama-sama ini. Mari kita memberikan aplaus yang sangat meriah kepada para pembicara kita, baik yang dari dalam maupun dari luar negeri. Sambutan selamat datang. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eka Suciadi, for the warm welcome, and please stay in the podium. And now, Dr. Eka Suciadi will open this international webinar officially by hitting the gong as an opening of this event 3 times. And before that, I invite all of you to stand up. We will count together in 3, okay? All of you ready? Let's count together. 1, 2, 3. Let's give big round applause. Thank you very much, Dr. Eka Suciadi. Please have a seat. May you be seated. Finally, we are coming to the most important event. Ladies and gentlemen, let's prepare ourselves to receive insight and valuable knowledge from all the remarkable speakers. Our theme today is Building a 5.0 Society, Revitalizing Education Based on Human Resources and Digitalization. What a vibrant, strategic, and also very important theme for the future of education. It is such a great opportunity for us all to interact and learning together in this international webinar. Before we get started, I'd like to go over a few items so you know how to participate in today's event. First of all, we are asking all participants to mute your microphone during the webinar process to avoid background noises that might distract you from listening to the webinar. For those of you that are in this building, we are asking you to put your mobile phones and your other gadgets into silent mode. And secondly, we are hoping that all the online participants to use their real name for their IDs in the Zoom link. Please do not use the institution name or gadget's name or even your pet's name. Thirdly, your active participant is important throughout the session. For the online participants, throughout the presentation, someone on the committee will be managing the chat functionality. You can enter your question and comments in the question box throughout the presentation. If you would rather ask in person, you can also use this icon on the control panel to raise your hand to indicate that you have a question or comment. Indicate if this better suit for the end of the webinar. Once you raise your hand, someone will unmute your line so that you can ask your question. And this seminar will be led by our distinguished moderator, Mr. Dr. Samuel Handali. And for your information, Dr. Samuel Handali was born in Bandung, West Java, Indonesia, and he is a lecturer of the Immanuel Christian University on the Civil Engineering Department. He was a visiting faculty from UKRIM to Institute of Engineering, Tribhuvan University in Nepal between 1993 up to 2008, and was also the former rector of UKRIM since 2008 up to 2013, so in 2 periods. There are many record and great things that Dr. Samuel Handali has done in this university. So you may read all those great performance and ministry that he already done in this university. So without further ado, I'm inviting Mr. Dr. Samuel Handali to come forward, and the time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, we welcome everyone to seminar, both in this building as well as those who are following this seminar through the Zoom as well as YouTube. I have the honor to moderate the 4 different speeches that are going to be presented to you today under the title, Building a 5.0 Society, Revitalizing Education Based on Human Resources and Digitalization. To be frank, it is a little bit intimidating for me to read this title, but I quickly learned that 5.0 society, which was a term that was coined in Japan in 2016, was actually an effort to improve the 4.0 society concept, in which the emphasis is on the flow of information, the gathering of information, and also the analyzing of the information. And that probably turns out to be causing problems in the gaps, especially in Japan, because of the age gap and the people who know how to do this kind of stuff and those who are actually left behind. So the 5.0 society is actually put forward to achieve a forward-looking society whose members have mutual respect for each other. So the human factor is being put into the 4.0 society, so it doesn't look altogether just data and information, but the human factor is being put into the equation with the purpose of that the members will have mutual respect for each other, transcending the generations. And I would like to quickly add, but in Indonesia, it's not just generations in terms of age generations, the old and the young, but also generations of the gaps in the society in terms of probably between the rural and the urban, between the marginalized community and well-to-do communities, and also the interreligious community, social gaps. So its purpose is that, and a society in which each and every person can lead an active and enjoyable life. And I want to quickly add that for the sake of UKRIM University, our purpose is not just an active and enjoyable life, but a purposeful life, a fulfilled life based on what God has designed for us to be, and also a life that is fruitful in terms of what we give to others. So we are very fortunate and thankful that we have 5 different speakers to grace this seminar, all coming from different walk of life, and they all represent the different departments and faculties that UKRIM has. One is, of course, as Dr. Eka has introduced, Mr. Hashim Djojohadikusumo, a very prominent and respected businessman whose relatives and families have been known to be a very active participant in the building of these nations and in developing the nation. We also have with us here a special guest, Dr. Nelson Okanya from the United States, who is the Global Mission President. And Dr. Nelson Okanya is going to be present himself. So when you see Dr. Okanya here, it is not his avatar, it's him in person. And I'm going to introduce him later on. Thank you for coming to this seminar, Dr. Okanya. It's an honor for us to have you here. And we also have, Dr. Okanya is going to present his presentation, Serving Leadership in an Endemic World. Then we have Dr. Philip Suciadi Chia, who is actually a graduate of the seminary just next door here, but then he went to continue his studies again at the Southern Seminary in Louisville, Kentucky. So Dr. Philip Chia is currently in Jakarta, and I want to thank you, Dr. Chia, for your consent to come to our campus to give your speech. We are looking forward to hear from you. And then we also have our former colleague, Dr. Wasi Pramono, whom we really love because he's a part of us. Dr. Wasi was the founder of the Civil Engineering Department of UKRIM, and he is now residing in Canada, and we will be looking forward to hear his presentation on the erosion control system, which is very much for civil engineering. Thank you, Pak Wasi, for your consent to grace this seminar. I know it is already 9 o'clock in Windsor, Canada, and hopefully you don't have to stay up too late tonight. It's just a pleasure to have you back here. And we also have a respected guest, Prof. Cheng-I from the Department of Electrical Engineering at the National Central University in Taoyuan City, Taiwan. Thank you so much, Professor Chen, for your consent to come to this meeting online, and we are looking forward to hear your presentation, and we hope to really learn from you, and once again, appreciate so much your willingness to fill this session. So I would like right now to start with the first session. By the way, the keynote speaker, Mr. Hashim Djojohadikusumo, will be presenting his speech at the very end of this seminar. So what we are going to do right now is to allow, or rather to ask the presenters to present their presentation, and then after that it will follow immediately with some time of question and answer time, probably 2-3 questions for each speakers because of the time limit that we have. And then after that, later on, we will hear from Mr. Hashim Djojohadikusumo. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Okanya to come forward. And then I would like to introduce you. Welcome, Dr. Okanya. Yeah. Let me introduce Dr. Okanya. Dr. Okanya earned his doctorate degree in intercultural studies at Fuller Theological Seminary in Pasadena, California, USA. So if I'm not mistaken, you graduated just recently. So congratulations to you, Dr. Okanya. And Dr. Okanya currently serves as Global Missions President at the Center for Serving Leadership, serving around 71 member organizations through where he has been involved since 2012. Earlier, Dr. Okanya served as Eastern Mennonite Missions, where he served as president for 7 years. Dr. Okanya lives in Lancaster, Pennsylvania with his wife, Carmen Horst Okanya, whom I know that she's also coming to join her husband here to enjoy some of the Indonesian delicacies. And they have 2 sons. He loves hiking and engaging in exciting and enlightening discussion, and enjoy food and delicacies from around the world. So I think he actually arrived at a very good place for that. Dr. Okanya is going to give this, the title of the talk of Dr. Okanya is Serving Leadership in an Endemic World, and I'm giving this rostrum to him, please.
Good morning. And wherever you are around the world, whatever time you're in, time zone, so we acknowledge you. And it's a privilege for me to be here with you. Thank you, Mr. President, members of the faculty, students, members of the community, and the entire world that is listening to us today. This morning, here in Yogyakarta, I'm privileged to share a little bit about the principles of navigating endemic leadership. I was born and raised in Kenya, and I've spent now about 26 years of my life in the US. I studied there, I did some pastoral work there, and then I led the global mission organization with missionaries in about 45 countries, 250 missionaries globally. And so now I've transitioned from that role to leading work at the Center for Serving Leadership that focuses on leadership. I was just in Africa 2 weeks ago in a place called the DRC Congo, where there are a lot of challenges in the world. The second largest African country. And all the reality of leadership continues to be a challenge. And so one person told me that the primary challenge of Africa is not poverty, but it is leadership. And I think anyone, anywhere can say the same. Leadership is such a crucial aspect of the human life. Everything rises and falls on leadership, as your president and all those in leadership authorities can tell you. When things go well, everybody cheers you up. When things go bad, we know where all that goes. So leadership is a challenge. Now imagine the pandemic, the realities where leaders cannot even guess or at least figure out what is going to come next. Today, we're putting on masks. The next day, masks off. Today, we're going to be getting vaccines, and tomorrow people are resisting vaccines. So all those kinds of things, how do leaders navigate the reality? Now, we have moved for the last 2 years from the pandemic stage to now what we call endemic stage. We're learning to live with the reality of COVID-19. But how do leaders navigate that? And that's what I'm here to talk about this morning. How do leaders effectively lead us through the endemic situation? I'm going to introduce principles that we call 5 actions of the serving leader and 15 applications that can help us navigate the endemic situation of leadership today. And if the slides are up, then we can just run through them. Do we have slides? Yeah. PowerPoint? Oh, there they are. The serving leadership in endemic world. So the first, can we go to the next section? One. Let's just go through that to the next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. And then there. Okay. So the 5 actions of the serving leader, that's what we want to talk about today. Can you all see that well? Okay. So on these 5 actions, we talk about how do leaders lead through a situation like ours today. So action number 1, the reason we call these actions is because the biggest challenge of leadership or anything that we know is not what we call the gap between knowledge and ignorance. The biggest gap we have is actually knowledge and action. Putting into practice what we know. That's the biggest challenge. It's not the gap, it's not between ignorance and knowledge, but how do we put into practice what we actually know? And so these 5 actions are what we call the actions of a serving leader. Clarify the organization's great purpose. So in this case, we would say, what is the purpose of Ukrim University? What is the purpose of Immanuel Christian University? Why do you exist? What is the purpose that you are here to achieve as a university? So we help bring clarity to that question. And once we do that, then we raise that vision high so that everybody knows why this institution exists. Not only the president and the cabinet and the faculty, but everyone knows why. Why this university here? And so we raise that vision high, and then we ensure that everybody within the system understands that it's that purpose and they can actually articulate it. It doesn't only sit with the president, but everybody knows why the organization exists. The second action we call raise the bar. Raise the bar is about values, bringing clarity to values that you're going to live by. In other words, it answers the question, how? When action number 1 answers the question, why, action number 2 answers the question, how? How are we going to live? How are we going to do our work? And ensure that those values are clear, everyone knows what they are, and they are embedded throughout the system. And everyone is then held accountable to the values. The values are not pick and choose who is held accountable, but everyone in the system lives by the values of how, this is how we do things here. This is how we live together as a community. And then the third one, we make sure that we handle values gap. When there's a gap in values, if we say we're going to live with integrity, then we have to figure out, we define what integrity is, and then when there is a gap, we hold each other accountable through effective coaching. And that is what we call the second action of the serving leader. 3, we call that build on strength. Build on strength is an action that makes sure that people are hired in roles that they are qualified for. So, if you're an engineer, you better have an understanding of engineering. And so people are hired to occupy roles that they have the skills for and they're passionate about. So you have passion and skill married together, and you have the human person producing what is much bigger than what you can ask, because they are passionate about what their work is, and they have the skills and knowledge to do the work. So we call that build on strength. We help people remove obstacles and waste in the system, because a lot of our systems have a lot of waste. So in this action, we help organizations, businesses, government systems remove obstacles. What are the obstacles on the way that does not allow people to thrive? So we work on those things. We remove them so that people can thrive. Now, those three, the first three things that I just talked about, is what we call the content of leadership. Those three things: vision, mission, and values. Very, very important if we're going to live successfully in this endemic world. The number 4 in this action is what we call, sorry, I think I jumped build on strength. Build on strength is number 4. Number 3 is blaze the trail. Blaze the trail is about mission. What mission are you here to accomplish? And can you say, after a while, that mission has been accomplished? In other words, what makes this university unique from the other universities around here? What is the secret sauce, so to speak, that you offer that no other university offers? And when that is clear in the entire system, we know we clarify the success factors. The success factors is not only kept to the people in leadership, but everybody knows why this university is successful. Everyone, not just the top leaders, but everyone knows why. What makes this university successful? And then we teach mission. Vision can be caught. Mission must be taught. Because the leaders may know what the mission is. Not everybody knows what the mission is. Not everybody knows what makes this university successful. So we talk about clarifying the organization's success factors, and then learning and teaching this to become a learning organization. Now, it's interesting for me to say a learning organization because this is a university, but the reality is not every institution understands what it means to be a learning organization. 20 years ago, a professor and a scholar at MIT in Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the US wrote the book, The Fifth Discipline. In the fifth discipline, they began to talk about how does an organization become a learning organization. So we learn and we teach success factors that makes this organization successful, that makes this university successful. And then, so finally now, 5. If we can go back to the slide number 5. The slide number 5 is what we call upend the pyramid. In upend the pyramid, what we do here is we learn to delegate properly. Many times, people talk about delegation. But do we know how to properly delegate? so that we delegate both responsibility and authority. So many leaders have, give people responsibility, but do not give them enough authority to carry forward that responsibility. So in this action, we teach and train people what proper delegation looks like. This is the responsibility you have, and this is the authority you have to go forward with that responsibility. And so if we can just keep the slide up a little bit, I'll talk about the rest of the action. Okay, up in the pyramid, so we talk about delegation of authority and responsibility. And then we work at growing people. And finally, we prepare for sustainability and scalability. Friends, when we do these 5 actions, we bring clarity to the organization. We bring a clear vision. We make sure that people understand why we exist and what we're here to achieve. The human person is the most interesting and the most potential being that you will ever have. But you cannot motivate human beings to fully show up by simply paying them. Money can do the trick a little bit, or punishment can do the trick a little bit, but they cannot motivate the human person to fully show up and do more than what they are required to do. But what can happen here is if we help what we call the left hand of management, which is making sure that the work gets done, we are living our mission, we are behaving correctly, and our mission is clear and we are accomplishing it, together with these 2 actions that focuses on growing the human person. Those 2 actions are build on strength and upend the pyramid. We grow our people to the point that when the people are able to live out their passion, they will accomplish more than you can ask of them. I believe it's the man who wrote the book, Man's Search for Meaning, Viktor Frankl, who was quoting Friedrich Nietzsche, by the way. He said in the book, Man's Search for Meaning, he says that whoever finds their why can put up with any how to get there. So if the people can discover why, if the people can discover why this organization, why this university exists, everyone knows why it exists. They can put up with any how to make it done. Now, it was written by a Holocaust survivor, Viktor Frankl, who saw, and he was a psychologist as well, under Sigmund Freud, I think. All these other people learned to figure out how to bring real value to the human person. In this endemic situation, if we take these 5 actions seriously and live them, we believe that we'll navigate this endemic situation. Now, the world has had problems. This is not unique. What is unique in this situation is the enormous spread of this reality. Let me give you an example why I'm saying this. As I said earlier, I was born and raised in Kenya, East Africa. When the pandemic hit, my mother, who lives in the village in Africa, and me living in the United States, in Lancaster, a modern state, had a similar situation in that there were no food in grocery stores. So that tells you the magnitude of the pandemic. It affected all people around the world at the same time. At the same time. And it impacted supply chain, all those kinds of things that are making our lives very complicated. The inflation is way up and all that. How do we lead through this time? And this is what we're teaching in the Center for Serving Leadership. That leaders can get clear, leaders can grow people. And when people are grown and they have responsibility, they understand what their work does, and they actually understand why they make the world a better place. We give people sense of responsibility beyond simply what their role is. when somebody in your organization, in your business, in your enterprise, think that what they're doing is manual. Oh, I'm just a phone receiver. I'm just answering the phones. When somebody says that, that is a failure of leadership. Because leaders have not helped them to understand what impact it would be in the organization if their role were not being done. Just imagine an accountant or somebody who was supposed to be writing checks for you all, for the faculty and staff, think that, oh, my work is just to write checks for the president to sign, And imagine that they decide not to do that. What would happen? So if we can have everyone in the system, understand the impact of their work and how their work makes a contribution to the great purpose for which this university exists, you will have a high-performing culture. I know the time is short, so I'm not going to go into all those things, but there was another slide that I would talk about. Let me just talk about it without a slide. The impact between success, strategy, leadership, and culture. Success, and how we define success, comes in many ways. But before you reach the success, you must have a strategy. Now, if you have the slide, if you can just show that link. I'm not even going to talk about this. We don't have time for this, but I'm going to go back to the other. Can you go back to the other slide that talks about the link? Yes, that one. Yeah. So you have a success at the top. Everyone wants success. But before we go to success, we have to have strategy. All right? That's the next part of the slide. There's a strategy, but below the strategy is what we call culture. Okay? But under the culture is what we call leadership. Now, the link between these three, I don't know whether they're all going to fit on that slide, maybe they didn't. But leadership is at the other side. And leadership helps define culture. Peter Drucker, who is an American great organizational leader, is quoted to have said that culture eats strategy for breakfast. Every time. You can have a great strategy for success, but the organizational culture will eat it up. And so culture eats strategy for breakfast, but leadership can eat culture for lunch. We must figure out how to develop and create a high-performing culture. And so we work at leadership, and the role of leadership is to create a culture. You look at businesses like Apple or Starbucks and all that, they learned something about culture. Some people would say that the Starbucks coffee is not that great, but it's the environment. They figured out how to create a culture that allow people to go to that. So the linkage between leadership, culture, strategy, and success must be paid attention to. And we don't have a lot of time to go to this. If you want to get more of this, come to the seminar on, I think, Thursday and Friday. I'm going to be spending more time on these things. But today, I just wanted to introduce on a bird's eye view principles of navigating endemic leadership. Yes, there, culture eats strategy for breakfast. And you can have the best strategy in the world, but a negative culture, a poisonous culture, will kill it. They said, for example, that it takes a very toxic culture. You can have a good leader who comes to a toxic culture, and within 2 years or 3 years, that culture can become a high-performing culture. And so somebody asked us in Singapore, for example. So what it means is that you can just build a great culture and just take the leader out of it, and the organization continues. The answer is no. Because culture is vulnerable to leadership. It takes 2 years or 3 years to develop a high-performing culture. It takes only 1 weekend or 1 week for a bad leader to come and destroy the whole thing. That's amazing. So organizations and businesses must understand the role of leadership and how leadership can navigate culture and help create a good environment that helps us then with competing for talent. There's always talent competing for talent. People are looking for places to work. If you create an environment that values the human person and brings value to the people, you will win the war of talent. The problem is that people go to the bottom line, and that's what they focus on. The bottom line will take care of itself if people understand that their work matters and it makes a difference in what they do. And with those, I think my time is up. Thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity to share with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Okanya, for your inspiring speech on leadership in this endemic world. I think this is applicable even during the normal thing, and we really have to hear about this upside-down pyramid. I think it is important for those in leadership because sometimes it's very comfortable to be up there. Right. I would like to open this session for question and answer. We don't have I don't know. I mean, we have two types of audience, those who are in this hall, and the other one is online. Probably I would like to give the first opportunity for those online. Maybe just two questions because of our time limitation. Who is organizing the question and answer, by the way? Where does the question come from? Ada pertanyaan yang muncul di chat box nggak?
Somebody has a question there.
Okay. While waiting for the chat box, question in the chat box, there's one question here, please.
Thank you. I just would like to ask, do you have stories, experiences in changing culture from a negative culture into a positive culture? If you have stories, would you just share that with us? Thank you.
Thank you. Again, the danger of that asking me to tell stories, I can tell many stories and there will not be time. But let me just tell you a very quick one. When I was 39 years old, I was invited to be president of an organization in the United States. And so imagine a 39-year-old African becoming a president of a Swiss-German culture. And I was going to be the first one ever, non-Swiss-German culture in an organization that was 100 years old. So I came to that, and it was like jumping 10 flights of stairs because I came from running, I was the lead pastor of a church with about 500 people and all that, with a budget of, basically $500,000 budget. I jumped into a culture that was running an $8 million budget with 250 people internationally working in 43 countries. It was crazy for me. I jumped into that. I had to figure out how to develop that culture because there is so much shifts going on in global mission, for example. The previous paradigm of global mission was coming from the West to the rest of the world. So here in Indonesia, as you know, the Dutch sent missionaries here, and that's my tradition from the Netherlands, the Mennonite tradition. They sent their missionaries here earlier on. So the strategy was mission from the West to the rest of the world. Today, that strategy has changed, and mission is now from anywhere to everywhere. How do you then train the people who believed that they were the ones who held the truth and sending the truth out there? How do you come back and tell them, actually, you really don't have that truth yourselves? You have to figure that out. And you begin to find a way to help develop that understanding in that culture that has a very different way of looking at things. So I worked on that using these actions. Actually, this is where I met Dr. John Stalwart, the owner of our company, who taught me. I said, how can I do this? He said, well, join the cohort. And so I joined the 6 months cohort with him. I learned how to help work on this culture. And we turned that organization around. When I got there, they actually had eliminated 25% of the work of the staff. That's when I became president. So, you know, there's the cultural part, African coming, the Swiss German world and all that. And then the pain of losing 25% of the staff. I had to get into that because the support was low. So I worked with my team on a strategy. And one of the strategies on build the strength here, we discovered that my vice president was great at administration. He was a great administrator. He was 20 years older than me. Great administrator. He had done work in Vietnam, New York City, and he was just wonderful. We worked through this. I discovered his strength. I moved my role from doing supervising 10 people to 2. I supervised him, my vice president, and the executive assistant. And he took the responsibility to supervise all the departments. What that did to me is released me then to go and raise money. Because I love to talk with people, raise money to support any enterprise. And we were able to do that. So we worked that. That's just one story I can tell you very quickly. At figuring out how to deal with culture. How do you create a high-performance culture? And by the way, that's one of the biggest problems we're experiencing in the world. Even in Singapore, that is known for success since 1965, is experiencing this problem. Actually, from here, I'm going to Singapore next week. We're going to be talking about how do you get people engaged? Because the problem we have is workers' engagement fully, so that people don't just come sign in at 8 o'clock and they keep looking at their clock. When is it 5 or 4 for me to leave? That's the problem. 76% of American workers are not engaged, according to Gallup research. And the church is worse. 80% are not engaged. Only 20% of people in the church are engaged in the ministry. So that's a major issue. And we work at this through the Serving Leader framework, that we help address that culture so it moves from a toxic culture to a high-performance culture. So we can talk more about that at a different time, but that's my response to that. Thank you.
The next question is up there, if you can read it yourself.
Oh, there's a question. So some of the ways to build that, you said earlier, made me curious. What does success, according to Mr. Nelson, look like? Well, that is a very specific context question. I don't know what success looks like for you here at Immanuel University. I know what success looks like for us at Center for Serving Leadership. A success for us at Center for Serving Leadership is completely developing a network of serving leaders around the world. And so we're working on that. I was in the DRC Congo. I'm here in Indonesia. I'm going to Singapore. But we're working at developing a network of serving leaders all around the world. For us, if we get to that place that I don't even have to come here because you have people here that are doing that work here. What we do is equip, train, and coach. And then people do their work and help the world become a better place. And upend the pyramid. By the way, the military in the DRC loved the whole concept of upend the pyramid. Although they have a problem with it, they say, well, if I'm the commander, if I'm the general, and we upend the pyramid, how does that work? I said, well, think about it. How about leading upwards? How about being in charge to charge people up, rather than being in charge to issue orders down? If you are upending the pyramid, for example, I give them example. I say, if you are the commander, you know the mission, the president has given you the mission to go. But not everybody understands that, but you take time to teach the mission, and then you take time to make sure that all the people that you work with have proper equipment, for example, all those things. Now you're upending the pyramid by serving people upwards. And they loved it. And I think one person say, can you come back and meet with our cabinet and talk with the president about this too? But why is that important? It's important because people look for success. But success cannot be achieved by one brave leader who leads and everybody follows. Leadership is about serving. Leadership is about capacity building. I was very impressed by your university, according to my old friend, not in that age old, but old friend because we've been friends longer. I first met Binuko in Baltimore, Maryland in 1997. We were together training to do discipleship. And so we're a long story there. I don't even know how I got to that. But anyway, we want to see people around the world equipped with the serving leader principles, that they can live that out in their communities, in their world, in their countries. That, for me, is success. I don't know what success looks for you, the questioner, but you have to figure out what success looked like for you.
Thank you, Dr. Okanya. Actually, I know that there are more questions here, but I think because of the time limitation, we should actually stop this session here. Maybe the last question I would probably ask you to, since it's talking about teenagers, and I'm sure that you have a heart for teenagers, if you could just probably address that question before we move on to the next session.
So, how do young people, teenagers, start or step towards a better future in the midst of the shortages? Okay, again, I have two teenagers. One is 13 and one is 15. And our 15-year-old is doing crazy things that I would never have imagined growing up in Africa. I mean, he has a YouTube channel. He's 15. By the way, he's taller than me now. He's 6'3". It's a massive guy. So, but that's, he's growing. He knows how to get on YouTube. He knows how to stream. He knows how to edit videos. None of that I knew at 15. I was in an African village. I was climbing trees and taking cows out. And he's doing this. So how do we get teenagers and young people engaged? Very good question. What I would say, number one, listen to them. Don't take a lot of time to tell them what to do, but listen to them. When I was president of the previous organization, what I did, I went to churches, and I went to about 200 congregations, sharing the vision and getting people engaged with it. I told the church, I am going to preach on a Sunday morning, but give me your youth for the Sunday school. I don't want to just be talking with adults. So my dissertation has focused on helping, but particularly helping the next generation, actually. How do we work at that? An American educator, John Westerhoff III, wrote a book with the title, Will Our Children Have Faith? That book, when I was in seminary doing my Master of Divinity, inspired me on a journey of learning. How do we help our teenagers get engaged, especially in the midst of shortages that we have? I can say that our teenagers have so much to offer. They have so many resources, but they don't have the space for us to listen to them. When I grew up in Africa, they used to say, you are the leaders of tomorrow. That means close your mouth. Wait until your time. So, we were leaders of tomorrow. Stay back there. We are in charge now. You stay back there. When time comes, you will become leaders. Let's not do that. If we're going to help our teenagers really grow, let's engage them. Let's listen to them. They're very creative. They are resourceful. And they will basically shock you by what they know. Now, they need guidance. They need coaching. They need parenting. Let's not just be friends to them. Let's parent them, but also listen to them, give them opportunities. And this is a Christian university, I believe, so I can speak that in a biblical sense as well. Let's teach them, let's train them in the ways of righteousness, the ways of the Lord. But set them loose, help them understand that they make a contribution and that we're ready to listen to the contribution they make. And I think that will help us open doors for them to grow. Okay?
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so
Okanya.
much.
Let us give a round of applause for Dr. Okanya's excellent presentation. We are all inspired. Before we go to the next session, we would like to welcome the chairman of the board of directors of Faith Foundation of Indonesia, or Yayasan Iman Indonesia, who is present with us through online. Pak George Marantika was also the president of this university for 8 years, and his father was the founder of Faith Foundation of Indonesia, as well as the founder of UKRIM University, and also the founder of the Evangelical Theological Seminar of Indonesia. As I said before, he is now the chairman of the board of directors of the Faith Foundation of Indonesia, and I would like to ask the honor of him to address this meeting. But George, welcome, and please share with us what you have in your mind and heart. The sound, could we, Panitia? We cannot hear Pak George's speech. Please,
that you just shared with us, Dr. Okanya. On behalf of the Faith Foundation Indonesia, which is the legal entity of Immanuel Christian University, which is also embodies the Evangelical Theological Seminaries of Indonesia that Dr. Sam Handali has just shared, a total of 16 campuses nationwide, and which was established, the foundation itself, in 1978. And for Immanuel Christian University, which was established in 1982, I want to also congratulate Immanuel Christian University, or UKRIM, for its 40th year, the 40th year of existence, showing that God has been with us and sustaining the institution in order to continue to be able to serve and minister the community in Indonesia throughout the country. What I've seen in terms of how we face the challenges of the future, in which the theme of today has been established. And before I get into that theme, I would like to also thank again the leadership of Immanuel Christian University, or UKRIM, or we say Universitas Kristen Immanuel, Dr. Suciadi, the rector, Dr. Sam Handali, who is the chairman of the Senate, the vice rectors from Pak Bastaman, senior vice rector, to Ibu Herlina, who thank you for helping and facilitating me to be able to be connected today, and the deans and the various vice rectors that have continued to work and minister faithfully and loyally to the university and serving God through the university throughout the years. And 40 years of existence is quite a significant amount of time. And through the 40 years, I think we have gone through various leadership changes, but we've continued to sustain the purpose of our existence. And as my Dr. Sam was sharing, that my late father and late mother established the Faith Foundation Indonesia, which then established amongst the 16 higher education institutions throughout Indonesia. One of them is Immanuel Christian University in Yogyakarta. And the purpose of the establishment of Immanuel Christian University was to provide opportunities for Christian leaders and academics to be able to serve the Lord through the university, but also provide education to the masses, or education specifically in the early beginning of the university to communities and young people of marginal societies, which in this country, in Indonesia, a lot has come from rural areas. And that is why, if you notice in our student body throughout the years, we've had students coming in from various regions in Indonesia, but also, you might say, regions that are very rural regions. Regions obviously in the island of Java, in Sumatra, in the island of Kalimantan, or people say Borneo, in Sulawesi, from the islands of Bali to the Timors, all the way to the Moluccas, Papua. So we've always had that very divergent student body. The students coming from not just cities, but you might even say very, very small villages, and also you might say even jungles. And these students have always been given a chance, whether they could pay the student fees or not, to get their education at Immanuel Christian University or UCRIM. So we have always been a university that has provided a lot of scholarships to students. We always find a way to allow these students to be able to study. And that is because the founder of the university, Dr. Chris Marantika, has thought that whoever a young person is, they must be given the chance to excel in their life. And education is that chance to excel in life, which Dr. Chris Marantika himself, came from a very small island in the middle of the ocean of Banda, an island that's not even on the map, but then was blessed by the Lord to be able then to continue his studies, and eventually went to the US to receive his Ph.D. in Dallas Theological Seminary, and came back to Indonesia to establish Evangelical Theological Seminary in Indonesia, in Yogyakarta, the first one, and then Immanuel Christian University, or UCRIM Yogyakarta. And then subsequently, the various academies and seminaries that have been established throughout the country of Indonesia that currently exist today. And so that is the purpose of Immanuel Christian University. And if we look at the theme of today, which I would summarize into two main thrusts, or I would say three main thrusts, actually. And that is, number one, technology. Number two, human capital. And number three, values. And that's why I really am very blessed by Dr. Nelson Okanya's speech earlier, because focusing on the importance of values. And that is why Immanuel Christian University is in existence. If we look at the foundations of Immanuel Christian University, or UCRIM, there is several key themes that have always been established throughout the years. Number one is the concept of education with perspective beyond times. And that is the concept that Dr. Chris Marantika had envisioned for Immanuel Christian University, or UCRIM, is education with perspective beyond times. So with the perspective that education itself could then empower the graduates of Immanuel Christian University, or UCRIM, to be able to contribute to the national development of Indonesia, but also serve the Lord through the various concepts that they have learned in Immanuel Christian University, or UCRIM. And secondly is to learn is to be. And so these are the main themes that have been established throughout the years. But if you look at the challenges of today, I think that is very key and strategic to look into. What we are doing today is very unique. And this is an example of where education will lead to. In many theories, this is called the hybrid model. Today we have our friends and colleagues here that are at the campus, at the chapel, sitting at the Dr. Chris Marantika Chapel, but you will have people from around the world coming in online. And this is where technology has been able to be a tool, and I would like to underline a tool. It is a tool to be able to then facilitate more effective and efficient ways of sharing knowledge. And to put that into the context of Indonesian higher education, my friends at the chapel and my friends joining online, to put that into the context of Indonesian higher education, it is revolutionary. Because Indonesian higher education, in which Immanuel Christian University and the various seminaries throughout Indonesia that Faith Foundation Indonesia embodies, are fully accredited institutions within the Indonesian higher education regulatory framework. Therefore, the degrees that are established are the degrees that are produced out of Immanuel Christian University, or UCRIM, and for that matter, ETSI, or Evangelical Theological Seminaries, are degrees recognized by the Indonesian government. Therefore, they are full, recognized, and full-fledged degrees. So our graduates receive degrees that are recognized by the Indonesian government. And therefore, in order to be able to produce such degrees, these institutions, including UCRIM, must fulfill Indonesians' higher education regulatory requirements, which are strict and rigid. But COVID-19 has produced a revolution in which now education can be conducted in such a manner that we are doing today. And that is creating a disruption. I believe that for Immanuel Christian University, or UCRIM, we should embrace this disruption, because this tool is an opportunity to share our knowledge, to facilitate our education in an effective and efficient manner, but yet also presents an opportunity to be able to receive insight, such as what we are doing today. Today is an international webinar which speakers are coming in from all over the world. And that has high value. In Bali, in the 1st and 3rd of July, our President, President Joko Widodo, shall open a national dialogue with university leaders to discuss the revolution in higher education. And that, notwithstanding, is due to the utilization of technology, such as what we are using today. And if you look at the theme, building a 5.0 society, revitalizing education based on human resources and digitalization, if that is the theme, then definitely education shall be revolutionized. We are yet to begin to embark in a 4.0 society, but 5.0 is already knocking at its door. And what does that mean? That means that communication can be done in such a fragmented and micro community. And so therefore, the way we communicate and the way we educate shall change significantly. May I suggest to my colleagues, the rector, Dr.Ir Suciadi, our vice rectors, Pak Bastaman, Ibu Febe, Ibu Handali, deans, and the academic community of Universitas Kristen Immanuel, or Immanuel Christian University. Please embrace this, because as we noticed through COVID-19, this creates effective and efficient way of managing our institution. Yet, this also creates a new way of thinking and paradigm. The challenge is obviously how to manage the methods of teaching and learning. That is also a revolution. And how to measure learning impact, the impact on learning. That itself is also a revolution. Not just Immanuel Christian University, but educational institutions around the world is adjusting to this new reality. But yet, based on the surveys conducted by the Indonesian Ministry of Education, 80% of lecturers, professors, and students would like to continue on this model, this method of education. Hence, therefore, what we are doing today, and again, many would call it a hybrid model, it appears to be here for the long run and long term. So therefore, we all need to adjust on how we manage our education institutions. Yet, as Dr. Okanya has just shared with us, maintain the purpose of our existence, and that is an organization based on values. So technology cannot replace values. That is very important to know. Technology is a tool, but it is not an end game. So we should use technology as a tool, but we should maintain the purpose of our existence, and which Immanuel Christian University existence is to continue to provide opportunities for students from whatever background they come from, whatever difficulties they are facing, to get an education, a chance in life, but also to instill with them an education with perspective beyond times, with values that have meaning and value beyond times. And that is what Dr. Okanya has just shared with us, the biblical values that we present in Immanuel Christian University Yogyakarta. So with that, those are the three main themes, I think, of today that I would hope that discussion throughout this webinar can continue to frame into technology, human capital, and obviously values. Yet, the disruption in education we are facing today, we must embrace. We must embrace, and therefore also continue to advocate major themes within our educational system. Number one, we need to advocate a self-accredited university model. The model that we have today in Indonesian higher education is disconnected with the reality of our society. The accreditation process needs to be revolutionized. And therefore, I would propose, and that is what most private higher education institutions are proposing, a new model of accreditation process in this country, in Indonesia. I would propose a self-accredited university model. So because this relates to the philosophy of education, in which, in this context, we believe in the concept of campus autonomy. Now, campus autonomy fits well within Immanuel Christian University because we are a value-based organization based on biblical values. And campus autonomy allows us to promote and advocate those values. But it also is fair. I mean, to be fair, it also allows many other universities of other leanings to conduct the way they would like to conduct their university. And this is the way, I think, of Indonesia's future, where self-accredited university will be the future, and therefore allowing the utilization of technology to be utilized in a proper or innovative way in conducting higher education. So we are in a very interesting time in Indonesia, especially in higher education, especially for Immanuel Christian University. But these interesting times, I think, will allow us to even further excel the purpose of our existence and further excel the opportunities to serve students and the opportunities to serve our community. So therefore, it is now our challenge to seize the day or to seize the opportunity. As they say in Latin, caper diem, seize the day. And if we can seize that opportunity, I think the next 40 years of Immanuel Christian University will be very, very much blessed to become a blessing not only for our academic community, but for our students and for the Indonesian society in general. So with that, again, I want to thank Dr. Suciadi, the rector or president of Immanuel Christian University, Dr. Samuel Handali, the chairman of the Senate, the vice rectors, Ibu Febe, Bapak Bastaman, Ibu Herlina, and all the colleagues, the deans, and the academic community of Immanuel Christian University, and those and the speakers that are also going to be joining in this international webinar, for joining us today to celebrate the 40 years of existence of Immanuel Christian University. Thank you, God bless you, and have a good webinar.
Thank you so much, Pak George, for your deep insight into the philosophy of education, as well as your insightful view about where our education, especially in the higher education system, has to go. You are right when you say that many things in the Indonesian accreditation system needs to be evaluated so that it will be relevant to where we are now. By the way, Pak George is also a very active member and probably a key person in the Association of Private Universities in Indonesia. So what he's saying is that based on his experience and his very rich views of where these universities, the higher education is going in Indonesia in the past as well as in the future. Thank you so much again, once again, Pak George. Shall we again give him a round of applause for his speech. And then we are looking forward for your seminar, Pak George. Maybe one day you can enlighten us even more with your presentation. We're looking forward for that. Our next presenter is Dr. Philip Suciadi Chia, who is going to present his presentation entitled, What Does the Old Testament Say About Memory Retention? A Cognitive Psychology Approach. Dr. Philip Chia is actually a graduate from the STTI in a bachelor's program, master's degree program, and later on the doctoral program. And then after that, he went to get his Ph.D. in biblical studies at the Southern Seminary in Louisville, Kentucky, United States, graduated in 2021. So Dr. Philip Chia actually has 2 doctorate degrees, and I just do not know how he's going to spend his time, because even one is already a very difficult quest for us who have gone through that process. His research and teaching interest is in languages, and I'm most amazed to see this list of languages: Hebrew, Aramaic, Arabic, Greek, Latin, Armenian, German, Syriac, French, and Phoenician, not to mention Indonesian and probably English and maybe some Javanese. So I hope none of these languages will be coming out in this seminar, because I will not understand what he's going to say. But he's currently also the director of doctoral studies of the STTI, or Evangelical Theological Seminary of Indonesia in Yogyakarta. So we really welcome Pak Philip to present his presentation, and probably I would like to remind everyone else that, the speaker with humility, that a session of the speech is around 30 minutes and question and answer about 10 minutes. With that, please, Pak Philip, take your time. Thank you.
Antika, and also like Pak Handali. So this is like a great honor for me to present an article that got published. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Let me see. Okay. Okay, this is, yeah. So basically, like, I'm interested in Christian education, yeah, because of Saria Marantika, the father of George Iwan Marantika. When I was doing my Doctoral of Theology, administrator can help me to. Yeah, so basically, like, I'm interested in Christian education, beside of languages, biblical languages. And then, by God's grace, I got published like 2 articles on Christian educations. And then, like, I combine not only Christian educations, but also like cognitive psychology. And also, like, the third one is biblical studies. So I combine those 3 disciplines, Christian education, cognitive psychology, and also biblical studies together. And then now, today, we're gonna discuss about this topic. What does the Old Testament say about memory retention, a cognitive psychology approach? And then this article got published last month by Journal of Research on Christian Education. And this is the link. This is the link, ladies and gentlemen, like, this is the link. But if you click that link, you have to pay. You have to pay. But this is the thing. At the end of this webinar, I will share the free link, but I plead, and also I beg, I ask all of you not to download. Just read online, not to download, because if we download and then more than 50 people download this article, and then the other people cannot access. So, like, once again, I hope you can just read online. Yeah, not to download. Yeah, you can download, but also like just maybe like one guy download and then like can share to many people. So this is like, I'm talking about Christian education, cognitive psychology, and also like biblical studies. Yeah. So like, okay, this is the thing actually. Like when, for example, like me, I'm a lecturer for biblical studies, especially for biblical languages. And then the challenge for me, for example, when I learned Hebrew and Greek, and also like I learned like the other subjects like social science, the hardest part for me is how can I memorize, how can I keep, how can I preserve the information for a long time. I think that is the most challenge for the students, how they can retain the information for a longer period of time. Usually when we listen something, when we learn something, when we memorize some things, and then the next month, and we're gonna forget everything, especially languages, especially Hebrew, especially Greek, and then like the other disciplines. That's very hard. That's why I'm trying like this, this article and also like this webinar is trying how to help the students, not only the students, but also like the professors, the lecturers, the teachers, how we can collaborate together to keep the information, to maintain the information for a long period of time. So once again, yeah, for me, yeah, this is like, we have like some ways how to preserve the information. And then, but this article, but this seminars is about memorization, how we can memorize for a long period of time. Memorize, in my opinion, this is once again, this is for this webinar only. I'm going to discuss the importance of repetition. Once again, the importance of repetitions. And then, yeah, we can see the purpose of this research is to describe the usefulness of education principles in Old Testament to the field of Christian education with the support by cognitive psychology to validate this effectiveness of this learning process. What is this learning process is repetition. Now, okay. And yeah, now like I'm trying to discuss about cognitive psychology. I will just give like an overview of cognitive psychology. So this is about cognitive psychology is studying about human memory. So basically, once again, cognitive psychology studies human memory. And then human memory, we have like sensory memory, we have like short-term memory, and also like we have like long-term memory. What is sensory memory? Like when we get touched by somebody physically, and then we can have like sensory memory. And then we have like a short-term memory, and also like we have like a long-term memory. But for our discussion, we will not discuss anything about short-term memory. Yeah, because this research is not about short-term memory. This research wants to help all of us how we can get a long-term memory. And then long-term memory is divided by two things: explicit memory and also like implicit memory. And then now, this research actually, this time I will just discuss explicit memory. This is like conscious memory. Now, explicit memory. Okay, let me just explain a little bit implicit memory. Implicit memory is kind of like piano. When we study piano, yeah, for example, like me, I played piano. I think around like 15 years ago. And then now I can still like play, but I don't. I don't memorize like math, like 1 + 1 = 2. No, like, but like, when I practice piano and I get the feeling, and then like, I just like keep repeating, and then after a while, I didn't play music, and then and then I can. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, and then yeah, for example, like playing piano and also like guitar. Like after a while, when we didn't play, and then like when we try to come back, and we can still have like some of our memory. Of course, like our fingers will not be as flexible as it used to be. But at least we can have like the feeling after a long time we didn't play. That's why like we call it as implicit memory, because that is unconscious. But we want to talk about conscious memory, because a lot of things, a lot of information that we want to keep, we want to retain consciously. And then like, yeah, we're gonna discuss now about declarative memory. This is very hard because we talk about concepts, we talk about facts, and also we talk about events. So once again, like this article will discuss how we can preserve the facts, concepts, and events for a long period of time. Yes. Yeah. So this is the summary. This is the summary of my research. The Old Testament reveals that the effectiveness of these repetitions. Once again, repetition will not work by itself. Once again, okay, repetition will not work by itself. Do not work. But this is interesting. There are like 4 things that we have to understand if we want to maximize the repetition. First, who? So basically, like a good education. This is I'm talking about a good education. A good education should work together between teacher and also with the parents. Once again, good education is a combination between the teachers, the educators, and also like the parents of the students. So basically, they have to work together to guarantee that the students will repeat the information all over again, over and over again. This is like specifically, this is for like elementary school, for middle school, and also for high school. University is a little bit hard because like students, usually they are like older, and then like usually like when they are older, they want to get detached from their parents. But this is the thing, like the Old Testament says that, once again, like teachers and parents, they should work together. So that's the first principle. The Old Testament says that the teachers is not only the teachers at school, but also like the teachers at home. So basically, that's the first thing that we need to know who is the teacher, both at public school or private school, and also like at home. And the second one, where, like if we want to memorize something for a long time, we need to understand that education happens both at home and also in public. So basically, like we need to educate our kids, our students, not only in our school, but also at home. So they will not, so this is the thing. They just study at school, but when they go home, they just play with their siblings. They just play with their friends. They just like waste their time. So it will not be effective. So once again, like wherever we go, that's why like the Bible says that wherever we go, you need to remember these things. You have to remember God's covenant wherever you go. Wherever you go, you need to repeat this information over and over again. And then when, not only who, but also where, but also when. Whenever we have a chance, we should, once again, whenever we have a chance, we should repeat the information over and over again and over again. And also like the fourth one, and how we can repeat the information. How we can repeat the information before, this is the thing, like when I came to the United States, I was memorizing almost like the whole words in the Hebrew Bible, almost the whole thing. And how do I memorize? It was like, it was tough actually, because I always bring my book. I always bring my book when I go to the bathroom, for example, like the bathroom. When I go to the bathroom, when I go to the bathroom, I read my book, my Hebrew vocabulary. And then when I go to like restaurant, also like I read my Hebrew vocabulary. And then wherever I go, I just read. But the thing is, book is not effective at all. That's why we need to have what? Mnemonic devices. Once again, this is like what George Iwan Marantika says. This is like about technology. I do not know if anyone ever heard about Duolingo, about flashcard. So basically, like you can use, for example, like me, like I'm like now I'm just like practicing my Arabic, and how I practice my Arabic, I'm using mnemonic devices. Yeah, one of them is Duolingo. So basically, like my cell phone will remind me, hey, today you haven't practiced anything yet. If you want to get score, if you want to get like top 10 or top 3, you need to practice today. Otherwise, you will lose your point. Otherwise, you will lose your like 2 weeks streak or something like that. Like, so I think like, and then like when we get like the correct answer, and then they will, what is the like, and then they have like animations that will praise us, that will yeah, like rejoice with us when we make like the whole correct answers. But when we did some mistakes, and they will give us like a sad face or something like that. So basically like a lot of like mnemonic devices that we can use to repeat the information. And for example, like songs, right? Songs. I have been, yeah, like, do you remember like words by words of Pancasila? No, Indonesia Raya, Indonesia Raya, tanah airku, ya kan? If I don't sing it, it will be very hard for me to remember all of the words. But when I sing Indonesia, tanah airku, tanah tumpah darah, di sanalah aku berdiri, ya kan? So like when we have like songs, this is like song is like one of mnemonic devices. So it will help us to remember even like difficult languages like biblical studies, like Hebrew or Greek, or like psychology, or like concepts, or like we have like tests like essays. We have to read like the history book, like thick book, and then how we can memorize like the whole, what is it, like the whole events, like the dates, and also like the locations, and then the people, like how we can memorize all of those things. It will be very hard. But like if we use mnemonic devices, it will be very helpful. So basically like our challenge, like all of us, not only like UKRIM, but also like juga STTI, how we can use technology, how can we use technology to improve the effectiveness of learning process of the students. So like how we can improve them, like how we can improve the students to memorize, to retain the information using the technology. Yeah, for example, like in United States, we have like one program is Canvas. And then, yeah, this is like, I just want to share with you. Zoom, I just want to share with you, okay? Zoom is not online education. That is wrong. Once again, I want to say, I just want to repeat once again. Zoom is not online education. Zoom is a part of online education. Once again, Zoom is a part, because once again, like now online education, because I was working at online education for Southern Baptist Theological Seminary for 3 years. And then Zoom is just like a small thing of online education. So, like online education involve what? Discussions. How we can have like a discussion between the professors, the lecturers, but also like the other students. How we can share not only academia, but also like we can share about our personal life. So basically like lots of things that involve in online education, that not only just Zoom. And we have like so many mnemonic devices that introduced by campus, like that, what is that, like program of like online education. So once again, I just want to challenge us and also like encourage us how we can make use of technology, everything. So like our students can get a good grade, and also like they can learn and they can memorize and they can study everything more effectively. So yeah, so this is like the link. Yeah, maybe I will just like, share the PDF, and yeah, not the PDF, but also like I'm sharing the PowerPoint to this chat. Okay, that is my presentation. yeah, maybe I will welcome to Dr. Handali, maybe if they have like any questions.
Thank you, Pak Philip. I think you really touched you drive the nail, especially to me, because I really have a problem of retaining my memory, especially later with age. And again, the principles of who, where, when, and how, and that means and also the fact that you mentioned about repetition in different ways. I think our students need to hear that, because I think repetition is something that people do not want to do these days, because it is too cumbersome. But thank you so much, Pak Philip, and it's amazing that all what you have learned about this is coming from the Old Testament. Yes, I think it's true. The biblical principles sometimes are overlooked when we talk about modern education. But I would like to open this session for questions, if there are questions, and we want to limit probably 2 or 3 questions in order for us to be conscious about the time. If there is anyone in the audience who wants to ask a question, please raise your hand and just come forward and grab the mic. And for those who are online, could you please just share your question through the chat box, and someone will highlight it on the screen. No question from the audience? I'm surprised. Okay. There's one question in the chat box. Maybe Pak Philip has seen it, but I would read it for the sake of the audience here. What do you think about Neuralink of Elon Musk? Do you agree with it theologically? I don't know whether you understand Neuralink, Pak Philip. I haven't heard this term, but maybe you are familiar with it. Thank you.
The questions, but I will postpone to answer it. Maybe like another time, because two things. Like first, I think, in my opinion, it talks more about ethics, how we can see, neural links ethically. So I think that's a little bit different subjects. And second, this is like, I'm discussing about how, like, we naturally, how we can improve our memory retention. So basically, like, I'm talking about naturally. Those two things. But once again, like, I just want to, thank you, Pak Handali, for sharing with me, because the research also has shown that there is a different ways how we can increase memorization of teenagers, for example, like youth or younger people, and also like older people. They have like 2 different ways, like how to increase memory retention for old people, for older people, and also like for younger people. So like this different. This is like naturally, But like for Neuralink, I will discuss later on. Maybe in the next section. Not next section, but maybe like in other opportunity. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Philip.
Okay.
Is there a next question? Okay. Dr. Nelson Okanya is going to ask you a question from the audience. I'm going to hand over this mic to him.
I got one.
Oh, you have a mic.
Thank you, Dr. Philip, for sharing with us. My question is simply about memory in terms of what you have talked about, maybe in terms of psychological understanding. So this whole idea or the concept of the church as a community of memory, are there some rituals, for example, that you would recommend for the church that could help us enhance our memory as a community of memory in terms of formation, Christian formation, biblical studies, and all those kinds of things, even in theology. Any rituals that you have in mind, or at least what you've discovered in your vast experience of education?
That is a great question. So basically, like in my mind, we have like two ways, like at least in my mind. Like first, okay, this is the first. We create songs, especially about the Bible. Yeah, for example, like when I was kid, like I was asked to memorize the Bible, the verse. But I could memorize today, but next month I will forget it. Like that's very, very tough for me, not only to memorize, but also like to preserve, to retain the memory. Like that's very, very hard. So I was lucky enough because I was studying in United States. And then I was studying under Dr. Fuller. Like Dr. Fuller, he was studying in Hebrew school. So basically he got Ph.D. in Hebrew school, Hebrew Union College. And also like his supervisor, Jewish and rabbi. So basically like, oh my goodness, like, so, and then like Dr. Fuller told me, so basically Dr. Fuller told me like this, we can select and we can choose any verse in the Bible, like randomly. We can choose and we can pick and we ask his supervisor to continue. And then I heard from Dr. Fuller, his supervisor is not only able to continue, but also to finish the whole Old Testament Bible. How? So the question is how you can memorize the whole Old Testament Bible. That is impossible. How? Dr. Fuller told me because he was chanting, he was singing the verse. So basically, when you sing, for example, like our national anthem. How can I memorize like our national anthem? How? And even like STTI anthem or like STTI anthem. How? Because they make a song of it. So like when we sing it and then like sing and melody, just like in my research, in my article, like songs, sings, melody will help us to memorize everything. That's very, very helpful. And the second one, that's like first about song, make song. And the second one about I agree, about the community. The community is very, very helpful. So like the community, not only in school, but also like at home, they will help us to review and to remind us about the things that we have learned. That's why like the Bible says, hey, you need to tell this to your kids when you go out and then when you enter home, wherever you go, you need to keep repeating this law. So basically this is the thing. When we keep repeating, it becomes our identity. This becomes our identity, and that it will help us to create like a spiritual group. So basically, like we memorize the concept or things together. That's about. Once again, that's about the group. That's like two things that I have in mind. Okay.
Dr. Okanya, does it answer your question about the rituals? Okay, I have another question, which is we're going to limit this to the last question. Dr. Philip, I have trouble memorizing too much these days. And wait a minute. I have trouble memorizing too much these days. And how can I help the folks change their minds?
So basically, like, there are like two things, Pak Handale. Jadi, so basically, there are two ways how we can help the older people to memorize. Like the first way, this is like another article on what is like I wrote on what is like about New Testament, Jesus parable, cognitive psychology, and also memory retention, Christian education. So basically, like the first way is we use story, Pak Handale. So basically, for old people, we need to use story because like the story, especially like the story we can see by our eyes, and also we can touch, it will help us. Once again, it will help us because it will, what is it like, we can imagine, and what is like our mind, we can go and we can try to connect with the reality. So basically, like the first thing is the story, like the story. So that's why when we preach, once again, when we preach, we have like 3 points, especially when we are Baptist. We have like 3 points. The first point, the second point, the third point. In a year, we have to be honest. Most of our congregation will forget our points, 100%, almost 100%. They will forget our points. But interestingly enough, the research show us they will remember our illustration. They will remember our story. So once again, when we are getting older, we need to create story. That's why like the Bible, we have more story. We have more narration instead of like maybe like episode or something like that. Because like I think like around like 60% of the Bible is about story of Elijah, story of David, story of Abraham, and people psychologically they will remember story better than if you have like bullet points. So that's the first thing. And the second one, Pak Handali, this is like for all of us that really like now we're getting older and older and older. This is like for older people, different than younger people. For older people, when you repeat, you cannot repeat the same thing, but you repeat you repeat the concept, but you use different method. You have different story. You have different events. To help older people to remember that one thing. So basically, you use like many things. You use maybe illustration about piano. You use like illustration about fan. You use illustration about laptop, just to explain about just one little thing. So basically, that's like how we can help the older people. Like first, like story, narration, and second, we use like other things to explain one little thing. That's the way. Thank you, Pak Handali.
Thank you, Pak Philip, for inspiring presentation as well as the answers to our question regarding memory. I think we really appreciate your presentation. We probably would like to contact you because I'm sure that this one event will not be enough to improve my memory retention. Let's give Pak Philip a round of applause for his presentation. Thank you very much, Pak Philip. And I will see you in Yogyakarta one day. We will move on to our next session. And this is going to be a very interesting presentation from Professor Cheng-I. Professor Cheng-I in Taiwan is an associate professor at the Department of Electrical Engineering at the National Central University in Taoyuan City, Taiwan. His area of interest are in energy information and communication technology, instrumentation and measurement, digital signal processing, power electronics, smart grid, and microgrid. Professor Chen is a very accomplished research person, as you can see from the awards that he got so far. He was chosen as the Rookie of the Year. He got the Rookie of the Year award of Power Engineering Program of National Science Council in 2012 and 2015. He also got the Taiyowu Memory Award of Ministry of Science and Technology in 2014. He also got the Exploration Research Award of Pan Wen Yuan Foundation in 2016. He also received the Excellent Junior Electrical Engineer of the Chinese Institute of Electrical Engineering in 2016. He was awarded as the Research Excellence Award of National Central University from 2017 to 2022. That is 6 years in a row. He also received President Luo Jialun's Junior Outstanding Research Award in 2019. And to make it as the cream of the crop, in 2020, he was cited as the world's top 2% scientist. So in front of us is a very distinguished researcher, and I think we at UKRIM, as well as all the audience who are following this event in the through the online service. We find it very interesting to hear Professor Chen's presentation. And once again, I would like to thank Professor Chen for your kind consent to grace this seminar or webinar program of the Immanuel Christian University all the way from Taiwan. And Professor Chen will be presenting his paper called The Optimization of Energy Management for Interconnected Microgrid System. To Professor Chen, please take your time and we will later on follow it with the question and answer. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes, the slide is
Excuse
already
me?
on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we could. we
Dr.
can see.
Handley?
Yes, Professor Chen, it is your slide is already on display.
Okay, thank you. So, today's the topic about my presentation is more focused on the theoretical and technological to talk about the energy management. So I have no idea and anyone familiar with this topic. So I will give you overview about how to perform the energy management. Actually, I have two international students from Indonesia. They told me that the government of Indonesia has focused on the development of the energies. And so the topic about my presentation today is focused on the interconnected microgrid system. A microgrid system is a small power system. It's very suitable for the development of in Indonesia because, as we know, in Indonesia there are so many small islands. So how to prevent the power supply blackout, the microgrid development is very important. And in the microgrid system, we usually include solar power, renewable energies. We also can include some wind turbine, and we need to include the battery energy storage system in a small power system. This kind of small power system is called microgrid. With the increase of the microgrid in the power system, we need to perform the interconnected all the microgrid to provide the power backup for the microgrid system. So the traditional interconnected microgrid implement the control mechanism based on the centralized structures. And this is the centralized, traditional centralized control mechanism for the interconnected microgrid. We gathered all the information from the battery, renewable energy, solar cell, wind turbine, and so on, and EV charger, and collect all the information together and store it in a database in the cloud. And then we perform the related energy management strategies to calculate how to control all the energies flow. And we can find some information from with your mobile or computers to observe the energy flow and try to find some energy saving strategies to reduce the power, the energy usage. However, in the traditional centralized structure, the server or the gateway, we say the gateway, needs to collect all the information from different microgrid. So this server may take huge computational and communication burden. So the response time to control the microgrid, the electronics equipment in this environment may take more times. It's not able to perform the real-time manners. So in our research, we propose a distributed controlled mechanism, just like this one. For the connected, interconnected microgrid, we build up the edge computing gateway, just like this one, to control the one microgrid system. And then we gather all the information from the microgrid system, such as the energy flows from the EV lighting system, solar cell, and the batteries, gather all this information into the edge computing gateway and upload all the information in the cloud system. And then we don't need a server, centralized server, to perform the communication. And then we can exchange all the information each other to deliver the information to other microgrid. And then we can compute the related energy power flow or any other strategies by using these simple edge computing gateways. So this is our proposed distributed control. And in our structure, the control can be divided into 3 levels. The first level is called the primary control. Is to focus on the control of renewable energies converters and related load, such as electronics devices in our microgrid. And the control focus on the fuel cell. In our research, we use the hydrogen fuel cell. And we can focus on the control of the battery energy storage systems. And for the second, there is control. This control is focused on the single one microgrid system. The targets in this control is to minimize the operation cost for the microgrid, to save the money and save the energies. And for the tertiary control, we focus on the control between microgrids. That is the interconnected microgrid. So we focus on the power generation forecasting for the renewable energies. And after this, we can make the energy dispatch planning. So we can perform the 1 day ahead forecasting and planning to perform we call the unit commitment. For example, if the diesel generator is broken, so in the next day, we will not use the diesel generator to generate the energies in the microgrid. we will apply the other kind of energy resources. So we need to perform the 1 day ahead planning. And then we will deliver all the planning strategies result to the automatic power control of interconnected microgrid, this part. And then this function can dynamically regulate the power control between the microgrids. And then this part may take 1 day to perform the planning. And in the secondary control, we may take 1 to 15 minutes. This is take more short-term dispatch to perform the economic dispatch. In this control, we can realize how much energy is flow in or flow out this microgrid system. And after you determine the power flow, you can deliver the command, control the command to the renewable energy converters or the load to determine if you want to perform the load shading, or you need to turn on the fuel cell, or you need to charge or discharge the batteries in the real time. So in each time, we will make the decision to control all these devices. So we need to perform the optimization to find out the strategies for each time. And then after this, we also, our system can also provide the ancillary service. This service is to provide the power, extra power for the power system, for the power utilities. If the power utility, the frequency of the power utility is not stable, maybe the power source is broken. So in our power system, maybe we need more power. So our system can receive the command from the power system. And at that time, we will calculate the suitable and enough energies. When the command comes in, we will deliver the required energies to support the power system, to regulate the frequency of the power system, to maintain the stable state. And we also build a web page server to display our energy flow and energy information on the web page. And so this is our benefits for the proposed system. The first one is our system can provide power sharing function. For example, for the single microgrid, if this system operated in the islanded mode, that means the power utility, power system could not provide the power for this system. This system will operate in independent. But when the solar power is not enough, wind power is not enough, and the battery is not enough, the load, the electronics devices in this microgrid system could not be operated normally. So the blackout will be present. But in our structure, even though the power utility could not provide the power flow into these interconnected microgrid system, each microgrid can serve as the backup to each other for other microgrid systems. So we can provide the power sharing functions. We also can coordinate the control of renewable energies and the load shading strategies. So if the energy is not enough in some microgrid, we will to perform the energy saving strategies to turn off some electronics devices, the usage of the energies to perform the load shading to save money and extend the usage of the power. And we also can perform the energies management of the optimization of operation cost in the microgrid. And we also can perform the power control and the regulation techniques for the interconnected microgrid. And we can perform the optimal energy dispatch. And we can perform the fuel cell dynamic control strategies. And then we can perform the power generation forecasting for the renewable energies. So in order to verify all these functions in our campus, we build up a 100 kilowatt multi-level microgrid demo site. And this demo site can operate in grid-connected and islanded mode with 100% renewable energies, including 80 kilowatt solar power and 20 kilowatt fuel cell and 110 kilowatt hour battery energy storage systems. And this is the field implementation in our campus. For the microgrid 1, we have the output of the microgrid 1 is 15 kilowatts. In this system, we include 14 kilowatt solar power, 21 kilowatt hour batteries, and 5 kilowatt fuel cells. And for the microgrid 2, the output is 30 kilowatts, including 22 solar power, 30 kilowatt hour batteries, and 5 kilowatt fuel cells. And for the microgrid 3, where the output is 60 kilowatts, and including 46 kilowatts solar power, 60 batteries, and 10 kilowatt fuel cells. And for all these microgrids, we use the edge gateways to perform our distributed control and to deliver all the information into the cloud system. And for each microgrid system, we use the automatic transfer switch to operate it in the grid connected or in the islanded mode. When this switch turn on, the microgrid will connect it to the power utility and connect it with the other microgrid. When the switch is turned off, this microgrid will be operated in the islanded mode. So I think this structure is very suitable the environment of Indonesia because there are so many islands in Indonesia. This kind of structure is very suitable to solve the energy problems. And this is the actual field photos, the layout of our solar power in our campus. This part is the microgrid 1, and the location of the storage system and fuel cell system of microgrid 1 is put here. And this part is microgrid 2, and this part is microgrid 3. And the storage and the fuel cell of microgrid 2 and 3 are located here. And this is the photos for the switch of the solar panel of microgrid 2 and 3. And this is the installation of the solar panel. And this is the storage system of the microgrid 2 and 3. And this is the switch of interconnected system. This part is the main part in our system. And microgrid 1 and 2 and 3 are connected in this place. And then we will connect it to this ADS. This part is the ADS and this figure. And then after interconnected, these microgrid interconnected together, the power will deliver to the power system. So this breaker is connected to the power system, like this one. So in this structure, we can connect all the microgrid system and disconnect the microgrid system to be islanded mode. And we also, this is the photo for the hydrogen fuel cell. And this is our microgrid 1 system. This is a small house, can be used in many environments. It's very convenient. And this is the indoor space of microgrid 1. There are some beds and the kitchen. We can live here, and there are some lighting system and TVs, oven and refrigerators, air conditioning in this place. So this is our picture for the energy management system. In this web page, we can realize the energies flow between the microgrids, and we can observe the how much energy is saved in the batteries, and we can realize the output of the fuel cells, and we can also realize how much energy is generated from the solar power, and we can realize the percentage usage from solar power or from the batteries, how much from the power utilities, and we can calculate the whole day's power usage to perform the energy saving strategies. So how to perform the optimization in our system? This is the practical field in our campus. How to apply our optimization. Our target is to focus on 3 parts. The first part for the power forecasting. Our target is to enhance the forecasting accuracies, because if we can forecast the power from the solar can be accurately, we can plan the related energy management process. So the accuracy is very important in this part. And the second target is to extend the usage time of the energy storage system and increase the usage of the renewable energies. And because we don't want to use the energies from the power system, the disturbed energies. We wanted to use the clean energies from the renewable energies. So we try to increase the usage from the solar power. And the third target is to decrease the amount of load shadings. We don't want to our device disconnected from our power system. So we want to prevent load shading in our power system. So the first is, I will give you the overview about how to perform the power generation forecasting. In our system, we use the long and short-term memory, LSTM. This is AI neural network algorithms. This algorithm, we use 2 hidden layers, and for each layer, we have 100 neurons to compute all the models for the solar power generation forecasting. And we feed some features measured from the environment in our field environment, such as in radiations, accumulated in radiations, temperatures, and so on, and feed these features into these AI models, and then we perform the forecasting for the output from the solar power. And this is the result we forecast. So the accuracy can be maintained in a suitable requirement. And then we will apply the energy dispatch planning. And because the dispatch planning is a very complicated mathematical problems called nonlinear mixed integers planning problems. So I only display our target. Our target is to minimize the total operation cost in our power system. So we need to compute the cost from the power grid, compute the operation cost from the batteries, compute the operation cost from the fuel cell, hydrogen fuel cell in our case, and to compute the cost from the ancillary service. In this part, we use the minus sign because ancillary service is sell the power, sell the energy to the power utilities. So for our microgrid system, we sell the energy to the power company. So the cost in our environment or field is minus. So there are lots of constraints for different energy sources and the load. So if you are interested in this part, you can find some more complicated mathematical constraints in the literature. Or if you are interested in this part, welcome to email to me. I will give you some ideas how to perform these research. And in our research, we applied and improved the particle small. In our research, we applied the improved the particle swarm optimization algorithm, or we call it PSO, and the linear programming algorithms to solve these complicated problems. So when we, after the calculations, we can find out the total cost to operate a microgrid system. This is the money is based on the $90. So for each time, we can determine how the battery in our microgrid 1 and 2 and 3, how to operate, charge or discharge. We need to find out how to take the actions. So in this planning, we can find out the actions for these batteries and to save the money. This is the result in the grid-connected mode. And this is the result in the islanded mode. So if the power is not enough from the solar power, is not enough, sometimes we will apply the load shadings because load shading cost is very expensive in this case. But in our research, we found that the operation of interconnected microgrid is stable compared with the single microgrid without the interference of uncertainty of the renewable energies and load. So we think the interconnected microgrid is very suitable to stabilize the power usage and provide more strong power quality for the load usage. And how to perform the interconnected control. In our system, because we have 3 microgrid, so we will need to select one leader microgrid. This leader microgrid needs to perform the identification to identify the interval of available regulation costs. The other 2 microgrid are follower. So these 3 microgrid will exchange the regulation cost in the cloud system. And for each energy source, we have different operation costs. So the cheaper one, we will apply these kind of energies, and the expensive one, we don't want use these parts. So if you don't want to perform the load shading to turn off some equipment in your microgrid, you can set more expensive operation costs. So you can find some practical costs in some papers. These values are based on our research in our field. So in Taiwan, the energies buy from the power utility is much cheaper than fuel cells. So in the general case, we will buy some energy from the power companies. But for the islanded mode, the microgrid is disconnected from the power utilities. So in this case, we may get some power from the solar panels, and for the low SOC batteries situations, we will turn on the fuel cell, even though this one is more expensive. And this operation cost for the solar panel, we usually take most cheaper cost in our cases. The solar panel, the cost for the solar panel is focused on the installations, so the operation cost almost zeros. So in our research, we use the consensus algorithm to exchange all the information to regulate the power flow between these microgrids. And this is the result in our research. Use the consensus algorithms and compare with without the regulations. So from the result, we can know that without the regulations, this is the load priorities in our environment. The highest priority for the load, the device will always turn on. We need to provide power supply. For example, the server, emergency lighting, internet in our environment. And the lowest priorities means these devices can be perform the load shadings. So this device, for example, is the general outlet. So in our environment, we design a plug to perform the remote control. We can perform the load shading when we require to turn off the device. So if we don't use the regulation strategies for the microgrid 3 and the microgrid 2, the energies is run out of the energies in these 2 microgrids. So the priority is reached to 0. 0 means all the devices in this microgrid are turned off. So in 42 hours, after 42 hours, the microgrid 3 will black out. And for the microgrid 2, it only extends to approximately 60 hours. But in our consensus algorithms, all the microgrid can provide power until 76 hours because these microgrid can share their power. And the battery in our 3 microgrid system can be found that we can extend the usage of energies in our interconnected microgrid system. But if we don't use the regulation strategies, the batteries in microgrid 3 will the energies will reach 0 for approximately 42 hours. And the same situation is in microgrid 2. They run out of the energies after 70 hours. And we also can regulate the power factor in our proposed method. And for the control for the batteries, we use the recurrent wavelet fuzzy neural network-based controllers. The structure is like this one. And we use these strategies to control our batteries. So this part is to illustrate how to perform the organization for the energy management. And this house is, all the information for this house is displayed in this figure, in these tables. You can refer to these tables. And we build some load priorities to determine when to turn on or turn off some load if the energy is not enough. And this is the result when we apply the optimization with the rule-based algorithms. And this is the result, apply our proposed particle-swarm-based algorithms. By observing these 2 results, we can find out that this one generator is generated from the power generated from the fuel cells. So this means this part take more expensive operation cost. So in the rule-based, the traditional rule-based, if else such as these strategies to find out to the operation of the devices in the microgrids, the fuel cell will always turn on to generate the power into the power system. But in our strategies, in some times we will turn off the fuel cell to save the money. So compare with these conditions, we buy some energies from the power utilities because in Taiwan, the operation cost the energies from the power utility is more cheaper than the fuel cells. So in this case, in the evening, we buy some energies from the power companies. And this the blue line is the power from the solar panels. So before the sunrise, the relays will always turn on the fuel cell generator. But in our case, before the sunrise, we provide the power supply from the batteries. We don't buy the energies from the fuel cells. So compare with the traditional operation without the optimization microgrid system, the rule-based only can save 30 to 20% operation cost. But by using our proposed method, we can save at least 25% cost. So I think this strategy is very useful to save the energy usage. And in order to prevent to protect our microgrid system, because in this structure, we can find some switches here. So this switch need to be determined, turn on to connect to the power utility or turn off to be islanded mode. But how to determine the state of the switch? So when the power system suffer from some fault or blackout, we can detect this event and turn off this switch to make this microgrid system to operate it in islanded mode. So we need to find some detection strategies in this part. So in our system, we will propose fault protection systems. And this is the power event can be found in the literatures, such as voltage swell, voltage sag, voltage interruptions, and so on. If you are interested in this part, you can find some information in the literatures. And in our solution procedure, we divided it into three parts, three stages. The first one is the feature extraction and the feature condensation. And finally, we can perform the disturbances identification to identify this phenomenon is belongs to the power event. If this phenomenon is power event, we will turn off the switch, the ATS switch, to make the microgrid system to be islanded mode. So in our research, we will use the discrete wavelet transform to detect the starting and the ending time of the event. And then by observing this analysis result with wavelet transform, we can find some signals in the detailed coefficient in the wavelet transform. And then we can calculate the wavelet energies by using these equations. And then we can find some parameters defined in these equations. And then we apply these parameters, feed these parameters into the fuzzy membership functions. And we have 27 rules to determine the result in our fuzzy output. And then obtain the related parameters, we will feed to AI model called fuzzy neural network-based classifier to perform the identification for the power event and to determine the switch should be turned on or turned off. In this case, we also perform the actual devices in our switch. And this is the result compared with the threshold method, fuzzy algorithm, propagation neural network. By observing these tables, we can find that our proposed method can provide a more accurate detection result. So in this method, we can accurately find out which time to turn on or turn off this switch to make sure the stable operation of the microgrid system. Thank you so much for your attention. If you have any problem or anything you want to realize about the microgrid, the details, you can email to me. I will be very glad to reply to your question. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Chen. That is a very inspiring message of optimizing energy management using the interconnected microgrid system. You're talking about the management of energy, which we so much needed. Here in Indonesia, I'm not so sure whether we are even doing that, because all what we are doing is using the energy both from the grid as well as from our small solar photovoltaic plant that we have installed several years ago. But the idea is to have this all monitored, the usage as well as the need of all the units, and then to put them into one grid, but it is small enough to control as well as turns out to be more efficient in terms of the uses of the energy as well as later on the cost. And you mentioned also that that is a technology that you think will be very useful for a country like Indonesia. We do have a lot of places where villages and so on are not connected to the grid yet, and so I think it's certainly a very interesting proposal that you have, that we have this system in Indonesia and probably also in our campus. I'm not so sure whether any of you in this hall who wants to ask a question. I know that there's an energy person in our campus, Daniel Pianka. He's not here. I'm not so sure whether he's following this session in the internet. But there is a question in the chat box. Probably you could read it, Professor Chen, but I will read it for you and the audience here. Professor Chen, what has been the most difficult aspect of implementing this microgrid system and structure thus far? And in comparison to Taiwan's study case, what technical adjustments or requirements could be required to apply here in Indonesia? Thank you so much. Please, Professor Chen.
The biggest challenge so far to apply the microgrid system, I think it is the installation cost, especially for the battery, because the battery is compared with the solar power, the battery is much expensive right now. But I think in the future, I think of 2 or 3 years later, the cost of the battery will reduce, because the development of the electric vehicle, the battery should be reduced the cost in the future. So I think the challenge can be solved for the next few days, I think. So if you want to build the microgrid system, I think the most biggest challenge is the cost. The technical challenge, I think, it can be solved right now in different countries. Many technical can be solved, any problems for the microgrid systems. So the second problem is the adjustment or requirement need to be adjusted. I think in Taiwan, I think the solar power is not so enough. Compared with the Indonesia, the solar power is very suitable for Indonesia, I think. So in our campus, we applied much more battery to save the solar power or to save the energies from the power companies in order to for the night electronics usage. So I think this challenge can be solved in Indonesia, because you have great the solar power compared with Taiwan. So I think the battery can be the usage of the battery can be reduced compared with Taiwan. So I think this microgrid system and the related structure is very suitable for the Indonesia. I had some discussion with the industry to manage with the batteries and the solar power. They say they try to connect it, try to contact the government of Indonesia or any industry in Indonesia. They want to sell their devices or their technologies to the Indonesia, because they think the Indonesia is a very good place to develop the energies. So I think maybe the challenges in Taiwan were not present in the Indonesia, and Indonesia is very suitable for the renewable energy development. This is my viewpoint. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Chen. Is there any other question? Well, you are right to say that we have a big potential for photovoltaic as an energy source. The problem that we still have is probably that the government regulation is still not very conducive in making people interested to move into solar energy, because one is, of course, the battery, which is still very expensive. And then number two, of course, is the regulation itself that doesn't really put the same value of selling the electricity that is produced by the private as much as the cost is cheaper actually when we sell to the grid rather than when we buy it. So it is still. But hopefully it will change also. There's another question, the second question. Professor Chen, is it available for the houses? I think it is expensive. So how long does the battery can save energy during the rainy season? So this is probably a question that is, again, the basics of the usability of solar energy for households.
Actually, in Taiwan, I will help some industry to install the battery system in some cases for the industry or for the general houses or some buildings. And because as I know, as I just told, the battery is so expensive right now. So in the installation for the houses, for the general homes, I think the installation of the battery, we will not install too much battery in our houses. So 5 kilowatt and 5 kilowatt hour, the energy storage system is enough right now for this general case to back up the power supply when the power utility is disconnected. Because in recent in this year or in last years, Taiwan have suffered from several blackouts. So some people in Taiwan want to install the small batteries in our homes. So the installation cost right now is much cheaper than previous years. So I think some people would like to buy the small battery in their home to prevent the blackout, especially to provide the backup power supply for the refrigerator lighting system, emergency lighting system, not supply all the devices in our homes. So I think 5 kilowatt and 5 kilowatt hour is enough. So the cost for these small batteries is much cheaper now. So I have some industry friends. They want to invest these energies industry in Indonesia. Yeah, as I know. So I think this device is cheaper enough right now. It's very suitable for the home usage. And someone the other problem is how long to save the energy when the rain seasons. And in my research, we find that in our campus, I especially observed the solar power output in the rainy days. I found that the average the power generation from the solar power is approximately 1 hour, especially in the rainy days. So even though the power generation is not so too much in the rainy day, but in the rainy days, the solar power can provide some power, still can provide some power. So in this case, you can save the energies into the small batteries to provide the backup of power supply. So I think the solar power is not a big problem in the rainy days. I think the performance of the solar power right now is much better than the techniques in the previous years. So the generation performance of the solar power is can be meet some requirement, especially for the backup of power supply in the rainy days. I think it is very okay to install the solar power, even though in the rainy days environment. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. There's another question that is somewhat similar to that, but this is maybe more pointed. My question in display chat box, my question is whether it can be used in household to achieve 2,200 watts of power. This is talking about the photovoltaic generator. The cost of solar energy is still high compared to the what the government is charging for the electricity national grid. And there is also an issue of restricted space, probably for the placing of the solar panels. And another thing, another question within this is, do you have any recommendations for a decent provider or brand name that can simply be installed, a plug-in system? Do you get that question, Professor Chen?
There are so many companies very famous in Taiwan, so I can provide some good supplier and brand name after my discussions. And I think the cost is reduced in recent years. So these company, I think all the manufacturers or all the products are almost the same for these companies. So I think the performance for these companies' products are similar. So I think there are many famous suppliers in Taiwan. I think if you are interested in this part, I can provide some I think a very good supplier for you, and maybe they can provide a much cheaper product for you. Yeah, 200 watts of the power to be achieved. I think it's okay. How much power you generate in your home, I think that is not the biggest problem, because the 2.2 the kilowatt means the peak power generated in that time instant. So the energy you want to gather is based on the power generation time in the whole days. So So even though you only have 2.2 kilowatt solar power, if you can generate the power, for example, 6 hours, you have approximately 12 kilowatt hour energies. I think this energy is enough for the home usage. Yeah. So as I just talked about the Indonesia is very suitable for the development of renewable energies, but because the generation of solar power is long enough compared with Taiwan. And in our campus, we only have average 3 to 4 hours time in the sunny day, summer days. So I think compared with Taiwan, Indonesia is much suitable for the development of the solar power. So I think even though the installation is not to the value, the capacity of the installation is not enough in some case, in some homes, I think the operation generation time for the Indonesia is very, very enough to generate the suitable energies for the home usage. Yeah, I think.
Thank you, Professor Chen. As you can see from the questions, we are still quite far behind in terms of the way we manage the energy. You're already talking about this management, energy management with all this microgrid system. We are still talking about how effective it is putting a solar cell. But that is really a sign of that there's a lot of things in the future that is exciting in Indonesia. And I think we will probably need your service with the expertise that you have in helping us to manage energy. I mean, you have a lot of experience in that, and we are going into that direction because energy is a crisis everywhere, including in our country. So thank you so much for your presentation, Professor Chen, and we are looking forward to see you in Indonesia and in Yogyakarta in our campus. And once again, our biggest appreciation for your willingness to grace our program here. Let's give Professor Chen a round applause, a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Yeah.
In the future, after the COVID-19, the pandemic can be more stable. Yeah, thank you all. And I will provide recommended some good supplier in the Zoom discussions, and maybe if you are interested, you can connect with these suppliers. Okay.
Yes, sure.
Thank you
so much
for your
Thank you so
invitation.
much. We are going to continue to the last regular session before we go on later on to the keynote speech by Pak Hashim. But I want to introduce to you our next speaker, who is going also to talk about an engineering feat that he has produced. The person is Bapak Dr. Wasi Pramono, and Pak Wasi, as we call him dearly, is not a new person for UKRIM because he joined UKRIM in 1983. And it is also in 1983 that UKRIM has decided to start a civil engineering department. So he's basically the founder of the civil engineering department of UKRIM, and he has been the dean for several years before he went to Canada to study further for his master's and doctoral degree. And then after that, he also bore some position in the leadership. But now Pak Wasi and his family are living in Windsor in Canada. Pak Wasi, or Dr. Wasi Pramono, is a founder of Erosion Control System Indonesia, or ECSI, which he founded in 2007. He's also the inventor of the Integrated Armor System, or the IAS, for coastal erosion protection. So this is something that will be very useful for Indonesia because we have a lot of coastal and a lot of problem with the rising tides and so on because of the climate change. The integrated armor system has been patented in the United States and Canada. Dr. Wasi Pramono also serves as a consultant for the IAS, or the integrated armor system that he invented, EIS breakwaters until now. He is also the inventor of the wave dynamometer, which is an instrument that measures breaking wave forces on rubble mount armor units. This is also part of Dr. Wasi's invention during his studies. The research which led to the invention of the wave dynamometer was funded by the Natural Science of Engineering Research Council of Canada. Dr. Wasi Pramono obtained his master's and doctorate degrees from the University of Windsor, Canada, in civil and environmental engineering. He got his bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Gadjah Mada University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. His work experience, among others, is Ford Motor Company, Canada, as quality research engineer in Windsor, Canada. He's also he has been involved in the Great Lakes Institute for Environmental Research, and he's also a seasonal professor at the University of Windsor, Canada. Pak Wasi, selamat datang kembali di UKRIM. It's so joyful to have you, and we actually wish that you are actually standing here or sitting here to present your paper, but unfortunately the distance is too far. But looking forward to hear from you your presentation. Then Dr. Wasi is going to give a presentation entitled "A Simultaneous Two-Dimension Measurement Technology of Breaking Wave Forces for Breakwater Design." Or in Indonesian is called Teknologi Pengukuran Simultan Gaya Gelombang Pecah Dua Dimensi untuk Perencanaan Breakwater. Pak Wasi actually asked me personally, as well as the committee, whether it would be better for him to present this presentation in Indonesian language, because there are too many technical terms that he was going to explain, and probably it will be hard for us to understand. And I told him that he could probably mix English and Indonesian, whatever is comfortable for him. This is supposed to be an international webinar, but I could guarantee that more than 90-something% of the participants are probably Indonesian. So please be free to say in whatever language you want to say, Pak Wasi, and the time is yours now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Andali. Selamat siang untuk kawan-kawan yang berada di Indonesia. This is very moving, emotional to me to be able to speak together among the colleagues at UKRIM. I remember that we worked very hard at the time to recruit students to start civil engineering, and I'm very proud that now we have so many graduates from civil engineering. Okay, Pak Handali mentioned about the measurement technique, but this is also related with the title that I write in this PowerPoint, the Integrated Armor System for Rubble Mount Structure. As introduction, rubble mount breakwaters have been used worldwide as coastal defense structures against wave forces. Banyak sekali konstruksi batu yang dipakai di mana saja di seluruh Indonesia untuk membangun suatu breakwater. This structure is a popular option because of its low cost and effectiveness in wave control structures. And this is the typical cross-sectional area of the breakwater with 2 layers armor units. The best design of sea defense structure require the knowledge of wave forces under breaking wave condition. But unfortunately, a thorough knowledge about it is not available. It is very difficult to quantify the magnitude and direction of the forces acting on the armor unit because of the complexity of the problem. Jadi gerakan air pada waktu gelombang pecah itu begitu kompleksnya sehingga untuk mengetahui kekuatan gaya yang bekerja pada batu itu memang betul-betul sangat sulit, sangat kompleks. And this has led researchers to study and quantify them only on the basis on limited numbers of factors and to minimize the effects on the other factors. Jadi oleh karena sulitnya mengetahui gaya gelombang secara tepat, para peneliti hanya mengkhususkan pada hal-hal yang dibatasi yang mudah, dan kemudian yang susah itu agak dikesampingkan, dan kemudian nanti digantikan dengan suatu coefficient. And this is reflected in the use of the famous Hudson formula in determining the stable size of the armor unit. The Hudson formula is widely used because of its simplicity for computing the stable weight of the quarry armor unit. The stone weight is related directly to the relative mass density, wave height, and the front slope angle of the breakwater. But many other affecting factors are not explicitly taken into account, such as wave period, structure permeability, random wave, and wave groups. If we see this formula here, it's very, very simple. And from this formula, I highlighted that the wave is only represented by its height. Jadi rumus ini sangat sederhana, dan gaya gelombang itu hanya diwakili oleh tinggi gelombangnya. Padahal gelombang itu mempunyai karakteristik yang bermacam-macam. Ada gelombang pendek, ada gelombang panjang, memiliki sama-sama tinggi gelombang, tidak sama kekuatannya. So this formula is very simple and easy to use. While the formula seems simple, the stability coefficient KD is problematic and sensitive to compensate the other affecting factors. The use of the Hudson formula has raised a lot of discussion because of the neglected parameters. Jadi penggunaan rumus ini sudah menimbulkan banyak sekali diskusi oleh karena banyak sekali parameter dari gaya gelombang yang diabaikan. The US Army Coastal Engineering Research Center reported that the stability coefficient KD varies, among other factors, with the shape of the armor units, the sharpness of the edges, and the degree of the interlocking obtained in placement. Therefore, the right choice of the coefficient can be very difficult. And its design requires hydraulic model in the laboratory. The small-scale hydraulic test has been used for more than a century, following the dynamic similitude law introduced by William Freud. The small-scale test is very useful because the stability of the structure can be tested to withstand the design load before the construction of the real breakwater. Jadi skala kecil model hidrolik ini sudah dipakai selama lebih dari 100 tahun, tetapi mempunyai banyak kesulitan. Namun demikian ini penting sekali sebab sebelum membangun konstruksi yang sesungguhnya, kekuatan bangunan itu dapat dites dengan biaya yang relatif lebih murah. Small-scale modeling test has been used in many studies of coastal defense structures. Jadi penggunaan model skala kecil ini sudah dipakai dalam banyak studi mengenai teknik pantai dan pertahanan pantai. The following are only a few examples. Timko and friends studied the effect of permeability on the stability of breakwater. Various shapes of artificial concrete armor, and I know at least 50 of them. Jadi ada berbagai macam bentuk blok-blok buatan dari beton. Paling tidak ada 50 bentuk yang sudah dipakai, dites, diproduksi to improve the interlocking of the armor layers. Jadi blok-blok tersebut dipakai untuk menambah interlocking supaya menambah kestabilan pada lapis pelindung. Dan kemudian penelitian small scale itu dipakai either for a single or double layer. Kobayashi and Murianto investigated with transmission over submerged breakwater. The stability of breakwater under heavy overtopping was also experimented by various engineers. Medina and friends tested the effect of wave groups and on the stability of a cover layer. Since instability can also occur at the front of the breakwater, Van Hent and friends tested the potential harm at this location. In spite of the many experimental works, it is almost impossible to obtain the perfect dynamic similitude because of the scale effect. A more rational approach to design the stable rubble mound structure is by investigating the dynamic forces acting on it, but it has to be verified by theoretical formula. And this is only possible by direct measurement of the forces acting on the armor under various conditions. Jadi oleh karena begitu susahnya yang mempengaruhi gaya gelombang, cara yang paling mudah ialah mengadakan pengukuran gaya gelombang itu sendiri. Many researchers have for many years looked into the question of the actual wave forces on breakwater armor units, but only a few directly studied these forces by experimental measurement on armor units. Saya mengumpulkan sekitar 400 abstrak. Dari 400 abstrak itu hanya kurang dari 10 yang belajar mengenai pengukuran tenaga gaya gelombang. Saya menyebutkan beberapa di antaranya. Sigurdsson conducted measurement of wave forces on idealized plastic ball armor units using strain gauge transducers. Jadi Sigurdsson menggunakan bola plastik untuk dipakai sebagai lapis pelindung. He found that considerable impact forces occur when the breaker front strikes the unit model. These forces are directed upward and parallel to the slope. It was concluded that these are the strongest force for the flat breakwater slope. Joule and Jensen carried out a hydraulic model test on an idealized breakwater structure with an armor layer consisting 2 rows of horizontal pipes. Jadi mereka membuat breakwater secara ideal dan kemudian untuk pengukuran tenaganya lapis pelindungnya itu dibuat dari pipa lapis 2. The experiment covered both non-breaking, that means weak wave, and breaking wave, that is a strong wave, with the same water depth. The force measurements were carried out in 9 pipes located at the upper layer using strain gauge transducer for vertical and horizontal components. 1 pipe was located at the same level as the still water level, 4 pipes were above it, and the other 4 were below on the slope. It was found that the smallest horizontal force occurred on the pipe located 2 pipes below the one at the still water level. A significant force increase was, interestingly, recorded from those pipes to the pipe at the still water level. Jadi dia menemukan bahwa gaya yang signifikan itu justru terletak pada pipa yang terletak pada still water level. When a greater wave was applied, a higher run-up was produced, and the larger force recorded on the pipe further up, but only slightly larger than the one at the still water level. In Japan, Prof Jr. and friends conducted studies on wave forces acting on a wide crown submerged breakwater. The width of the crest was approximately 10 times of the height of the breakwater. So this is a massive, very, very large breakwater. Jadi bayangkan lebar dari breakwater itu adalah 10 kali dari tingginya. Jadi besar sekali. They found that the most critical locations of an armor unit was at the vicinity of the leading edge, crown edge of the breakwater, regardless the shape and size of the armor unit. Jadi tempat yang paling kritis ditemukan yaitu pada ujung kepala dari breakwater yang menghadap ke laut. Although these researchers use idealized test units, their effort have contributed an important step for a more rational design of rubble mound structures. Jadi meskipun para peneliti ini menggunakan bentuk-bentuk yang ideal untuk memudahkan penelitian, dan itu tidak mewakili yang sesungguhnya, namun apa yang mereka lakukan itu sudah memberikan kontribusi yang sangat penting untuk perencanaan suatu bangunan rubble mound yang lebih rasional, bukan dengan cara coba-coba. And I'm going to talk about the preparation of the force measurement. The objective was to record all of the forces acting on the unit simultaneously. Di sini ada free body diagram yang saya buat, yang menunjukkan apabila suatu benda diletakkan dalam laut dan menerima gaya gelombang, inilah gaya-gaya yang akan dialami. So it consists of horizontal force, Fx, vertical force, Fy, and the spinning torque about the centroid. Jadi kalau misalnya kita melempar kelapa misalnya ke laut, jadi gerakan kelapa itu setelah menerima gaya laut itu adalah bergerak ke kanan, ke kiri, ke atas, ke bawah, tapi juga akan menggelinding semacam itu. So I was interested to measure those forces simultaneously to know the characteristic of wave forces that acts on the armor unit. Gambar di bawah ini sebelah kiri itu menunjukkan unit yang saya pakai, itu berbentuk tidak teratur. Jadi so I conducted experimental study on wave forces on quarry stone armor unit on a submerged breakwater. Jadi saya sengaja memilih batu yang bentuknya tidak teratur dan kemudian diberi instrumen, setelah itu diletakkan pada tempatnya seperti pada gambar sebelah kiri, just like the picture on the left. But the unit is not connected with any other rocks. So the unit was there, but it is isolated with no contact point with any rock around it. So that is the test unit. How to do it? The test unit was hung, jadi digantung, using piano wire because it is small and it is very strong. And then the piano wire was connected to 3 load cells. The vertical force component was measured at the 2 ends of the armor unit to indicate the corresponding spinning torque experienced by the test unit. Jadi dalam sketch sebelah kanan itu ada 2 load cell 1 dan 2, itu yang ada di sini. Itu bertanggung jawab untuk mengukur gaya vertikal yang bekerja pada kedua ujung dari armor unit ini. Apabila gaya gelombangnya sama, itu menunjukkan tidak ada perputaran. Tetapi kalau gaya yang direkam itu berbeda besarnya, itu menunjukkan bahwa sesungguhnya pada unit ini mengalami suatu putaran semacam ini. And then the horizontal component was measured by the load cell arranged in loop. Jadi load cell yang satu ini dibuat sistem loop, ini bertugas untuk mengukur gaya horizontal akibat dorongan gaya gelombang. These forces represent the actual condition in nature. Jadi dengan mengetahui dan mengukur gaya-gaya ini, gaya yang sesungguhnya yang terjadi di lapangan itu dapat dipelajari. The first experimental study has given very much information about the characteristic of wave forces on individual armor unit. But more information about the characteristic of wave forces on the armor layer, not only unit but the whole layer, still needs to be examined. So I, in 1997, modified the dynamometer. Jadi saya mengadakan modifikasi dari dynamometer yang saya buat pertama dulu. So that it has the flexibility to be rotated to various desired angle. Jadi dengan modifikasi ini supaya dynamometernya dapat diputar sesuai dengan keinginan yang saya mau. The purpose of modification was to learn the effect of unit's orientation on the forces acting on it. Jadi kalau unitnya diputar, bagaimana pengaruh sudut tadi itu, pengaruh rotasi tadi itu terhadap gaya gelombang yang bekerja pada unit itu. The cubical shape of the unit was also selected. Jadi saya memilih kali ini memilih berbentuk kubus to replace the irregular shape that I used previously, because the cubical shape has flat surfaces which can produce very strong wave impact on the unit when the front face is vertical, directly facing the wave plunge. Saya memilih bentuk kubus ini oleh karena memiliki permukaan yang flat, yang rata, dan apabila itu diletakkan secara ortogonal sehingga tepat menghadapi benturan gelombang, itu akan menimbulkan suatu impact yang sangat kuat. And then I also built 2 dynamometers to investigate the simultaneous forces acting on the 2 units when they were placed onto selected locations. Jadi dengan membuat 2 dynamometer ini, saya bisa mengukur gaya gelombang yang berada pada 2 lokasi dengan pembebanan gelombang yang sama, dan gelombang yang diukur itu adalah gelombang yang gayanya adalah gaya simultan. Ini adalah foto dari alat yang telah saya modifikasi. So this is my equipment, the modified version of dynamometer, and you can see at the end there are two cubical units. They are identical, jadi bentuknya identik, volumenya sama, dan beratnya juga dibuat sama, supaya pada waktu dibandingkan itu menjadi rasional. The left picture shows the dynamometer before being used, and then the right picture shows that I was actually preparing for the measurement. Jadi itu adalah persiapan pengukuran gaya gelombang. The next picture here sounds very complicated. This is the instrumentation of the that was inserted in the cubical units. Kelihatannya kompleks, tetapi sesungguhnya sangat sederhana. Because the principle is the same with the early version of the dynamometer. So I still use 3 load cells di sini, load cell 1, 2, 3, and also one of them is a loop system. So it sounds complicated, but it is not. It is on a picture. But I still need more preparation because I need to know the dynamic pressure that actually works, that actually happens when the wave move there, and so I need to know what is the instantaneous velocity of the water. So the first thing, I need to set up the differential pressure transducer, and then the dynamic pressure is needed for the computation of the instantaneous velocity of water at the unit affected by wave actions. Why I need to know the instantaneous velocity? Because it will be used in the force equation of wave force on the unit. Sebab kecepatan secara instantaneous itu akan dipakai dalam perhitungan dalam rumus gaya. The final objective was for measuring the dynamic pressure was for comparing between the measured force and the predicted force. Tujuannya ialah untuk mengadakan perbandingan apakah gaya yang diukur itu sama atau tidak terlalu jauh bedanya dengan gaya menurut rumus. So that's why I need to measure the dynamic force around the units. This is the setup of the differential pressure transducers yang saya beri lingkar kuning with the yellow circle. That is the differential pressure transducer. And the velocity is very simple as shown in this formula here. This is the instantaneous velocity, and it corresponds to the inertial force and drag force acting on the unit. Jadi kecepatan ini penting oleh karena ini berhubungan dengan gaya inersia dan juga gaya drag yang bekerja pada unit test tersebut. One of the formula which has been widely used for estimating wave forces on object is the semi-empirical formula for hydrodynamic force known as the Morrison equation. This consists of inertial and drag forces. Jadi rumus ini terdiri atas dua hal. Bagian yang depan ini disebut gaya inersia, inertial force. Dan yang di belakang, the second term, disebut the drag force, gaya drag. Kalau kita perhatikan, dua-duanya tergantung dari kecepatan instantaneous dari air di sekitar unit pelindung itu, unit test tersebut. The improved Morrison equation was proposed in this study by accounting the impact force as breaking wave strikes the front surface of the unit. Nah, rumus Morrison ini tidak tepat kalau dipakai begitu saja, sebab tidak ada term untuk impact, gaya tekanan kejut, tidak ada di sini. Jadi rumus ini harus diperbaiki, and I improve it by adding another term that in the front term here, that is the impact force, because that is what is really happening when the wave breaks and hit the units. There's impact force besides the inertial force and drag force. Before the measurement, the unit has to be calibrated in the fluid. Jadi dinamometernya harus dikalibrasi dulu, apakah teliti atau tidak. So to do that, I use force meter to induce or to apply a known force. Jadi saya memberikan gaya yang diketahui sesuai dengan force meter, and then that force has to be read by the dynamometer. Now, I need to compare the known force and the reading force, the dynamometer, is the same or not. And thank God, from all of the tests, the error is 0.5%. And so kesalahannya kecil sekali. And because of that, it is reliable to use to measure the dynamic forces acting on the armor unit under breaking waves. The next is about the experiment itself. That is the breaking wave force measurement. I have three objectives in doing that. The first one, for identifications of the maximum force field. The second, for identification the critical points of the unit stability. And the third one, for learning the forces distribution because of interlocking. The first one was the maximum force field. Since the stability of the cover layer protects the whole structure, then the maximum force field along the surface of the breakwater must be examined. The two dynamometers were arranged in the following combinations. Jadi dua dinamometernya dipakai dengan kombinasi seperti pada gambar ini. So 5 water depths and 3 wave periods were used in the experiment to learn the features of the dynamic forces of the units under various submergence and wave characteristic. Jadi kombinasinya adalah D dan E, artinya kedua dinamometernya diletakkan pada poin D dan E, diukur bersama-sama. Kemudian diletakkan pada poin C and F. And then after that B and G, and the last one at the toe of the breakwaters. Interlocking. Interlocking among the rocks is the dominant factor for the cover layer stability. Its function is to distribute a strong dynamic force which acts on one unit and then distributed to the surrounding rocks through their contact points. Jadi interlocking that happens in the rubble mount structure is actually very, very complicated. It's impossible to do it exactly. So the simplest form of force distribution or interlocking is by measuring the two blocks in tandem. So the two cubical units were placed side by side, but no contact between them. And then subjected to wave forces, and then I measured the force acting on those two units. The third one is the critical location for armor unit stability. The instability of the cubical unit was analyzed based on sliding, overturning, and the simultaneous dynamic sliding and overturning in all tests. Jadi kestabilan dari unit ini diteliti berdasarkan bergeser atau mengguling dan atau dua-duanya secara simultan. The horizontal force Fx is recorded by the load cell in the loop system, and the two vertical forces Fy1 and Fy2 are uplift forces recorded by two load cells. Ini adalah free body diagram, gaya-gaya yang bekerja pada unit yang semuanya akan dipakai untuk menghitung kestabilan dari test unit. So the Fx represent the horizontal force induced by wave force. Fy1 and Fy2, those are the uplift forces measured at the two locations. W prime was the weight of submerged, this is the submerged weight of the unit. Jadi itu berat batu di dalam air. Whereas the FF, that is the friction force. Now, because this unit actually has no contact with the rock around it, so the friction force has to be computed. And that depends on the normal force multiplied the friction coefficient. The normal force itu adalah kombinasi antara uplift dan berat tenggelam, sedangkan koefisien gesekannya dapat dihitung berdasarkan sudut the angle of repose of the rocks that is used to build the breakwater. Sekarang adalah hasil tes and analysis. Comparison of the measured force and theoretical or predicted force. The second, later on, the maximum force field, and then the critical locations for the stability of the cubical units. The first one, the comparison of the measured and theoretical forces. 60 tests were analyzed for this purpose as examples. This is sufficient to compare between the measured force and the predicted force by the improved Morrison equation. The result is presented in the following video. Jadi video ini menunjukkan perbandingan atau pembandingan antara gaya yang diukur dan gaya menurut teori, menurut rumus Morrison. Now, in every curve and every chart in here, it consists of 3 curves. Jadi ada tiga curve. Yang pertama adalah menunjukkan tinggi gelombang. Ini tinggi gelombang yang bekerja pada tumit dari structure. Sedangkan yang diagram yang kedua ini menunjukkan pengukuran gaya yang diukur. Sedangkan yang ketiga itu adalah gaya yang dihitung menurut improved Morrison equation. Saya teruskan. And we can see in here that the measured force and the theoretical force is not exactly the same, but they actually correspond pretty well. Yang saya pakai di sini hanya 60, tetapi sesungguhnya ada ratusan yang dites. Kita perhatikan bahwa kalau dibandingkan mereka hampir mirip. Sedikit lagi. That's it. So itulah ke-60 perbandingan untuk mengetes apakah pengukuran itu akurat atau tidak. Kemudian yang kedua adalah the maximum force field along the surface of the breakwater. Jadi di seluruh permukaan breakwater itu akan diselidiki berapakah gaya maksimum yang bekerja pada seluruh permukaan itu. And we can see from this video. Nah, untuk pembandingan pertama adalah gaya horizontal yang bekerja pada permukaan depan yang menghadap ke laut. Jadi dynamometer diletakkan pada keempat titik itu dan sekarang dibandingkan, dan itu ditunjukkan pada grafik di sini. And then the pushing force on the land side slope, di sisi belakang. And then after that, the pulling force, jadi horizontal force but backward, because the action of wave is forward and backward, forward and backward. Dan ini di sebelah sisi di belakang. Itu pembandingan gaya yang semacam itu. Those are the maximum force field. Ada beberapa detail dibandingkan. The next is the comparison of the uplift force, gaya cabut ke atas yang bekerja pada sisi depan. The next is uplift force that works on the other side of the slope. Semua dibandingkan. The next is downward force. Jadi semua gaya dan semua arahnya diselidiki semuanya dan dibandingkan. Dan ini di sisi yang lain. This is on the other slope. Dan kemudian di sini saya jadikan satu, yaitu tandem measurement. Dan akhirnya saya juga menyelidiki apakah pengaruh dari slope pada gaya breakwater. So I also actually conducted what is the influence of the slope. If the slope is more gentle or more steep, what is the effect of that on the force acting on the units? Now the critical location for the stability of the cubical unit. After conducting extensive force measurement and analysis, the most critical location for the cubical unit stability was identified. And I found that point E is very, very critical. Knowing that point E is very critical, I conducted 2 more examinations. The first one was to learn or to know the effect of orientation of the dynamic forces when the unit was rotated 15 degrees. Jadi unitnya diputar 15 derajat. What is the effect of that rotation on the force acting on that unit? The second angle is 26.57 degrees. That is the same slope of the same angle of the slope. That is the first one. And the second one, tandem test by arranging one unit in front at point E, and then the other unit immediately behind it. Yet the two were isolated each other. And this is the comparison, the effect of armor unit orientation on the forces. Kita lihat di sini bahwa pada diagram di sebelah kiri ini menunjukkan gaya-gaya yang bekerja apabila unit test unitnya itu dibuat vertikal, tidak diputar. And then in the middle here shows if the unit is rotated 15 degrees. The force decreases. And then on the other one, if the unit was rotated the same slope, the same angle as the slope, and then the force also continued to decrease. So by measuring the forces in this manner, I found that the vertical front surface of the unrotated test produces the largest impact. So the lesson is this. If the cubicle unit is placed vertically like this, and that is very, very bad placement. Why? Because it produces very strong impact force. So in practice, whenever cubicle unit is used for coastal protection structure, it has to be rotated. Never put vertical like this because it produces very strong impact. Now, another interesting phenomena I also observe is this. When the two dynamometers were placed in tandem. The first one, at first, the wave plunged. The front unit experienced very strong force, as shown in the figure. So the front unit, when the wave comes, will experience first time wave forces. So that's why the force acting on the front unit is very, very strong, as indicated by this spike. This is the maximum force on the front unit. And then I observed a short time later on, the rear unit started to experience the wave force, also maximum at that point, but very, very weak. And this is shown by the blue here. So this is the peak of the wave force acting on the unit behind the first one. So there's a time lag between the peak of the front unit and the peak experienced by the rear unit. This phenomena was consistent in all the cycles, as shown in the next figure later on. But this phenomena inspired me to introduce a new concept of interlocking design between two armor units. So once I saw this one, I started to think, what can I do to transfer so that the strong force can be carried together? So interlocking can be designed based on the known simultaneous forces on the two units. So because I know and because I noticed and also recorded the two forces that are different with time lag, then I can start to design the interlocking. And this was the inception of the concept of the integrated armor unit. Itulah kelahiran konsep integrated armor system. This figure shows that the pattern is very consistent for all the tests in here. So because of that, I started to build the small scale. That is the application of the discovery to make a new system of cover layer design. Kemudian sistem ini di-applied, and then I use this system for submerged breakwater, and then low crested breakwater, and potential for tsunami wall. I will show you the applications of the discovery to be used for submerged breakwater. So you can see here, this is the integrated armor system, very, very small compared to regular trouble mount. And then the core material was very, very small, probably only as big as this one, can be used for the real ocean. So that's why it is very, very efficient. Let's see. The wave started to come. And we can see here that the structure is very, very strong. Because any force that works in one unit will be distributed to all the units in that row. It is also stable because the unit has 4 holes to release or to reduce the uplift force that works on that unit. So this is the detail of the block that I made. In each block, there are 4 holes. The function was actually to reduce or to release uplift force that works on that unit. In the next video here, we can actually see the flow that actually moving upward through that hole. In the slow motion, we can see that the spike, there's a water actually flowing coming out from that hole. And that is releasing or relieving uplift force. But my friend, Doug Havner, he was the Canadian research chair, gave me a comment that this hole is very, very good for fishery. So this is very good for environment because fish always find the stable locations to lay their eggs. Jadi ikan itu mencari tempat yang stabil untuk bertelur, and this place is rich with oxygen. And so according to him, this is very good for environment. Oops. The next is the potential use for tsunami wall. Now, tsunami is a very powerful long wave. Unlike regular waves that breaks every few minutes on the beach, the period of tsunami is very long. It can be 30 minutes. As a result, when the tsunami breaks on the shallow region before reaching the beach, it creates a very strong current and it lasts very long. Because of that, the current carries very large amount of water and this water flows to the land. The destruction that caused by tsunami has been witnessed by many and actually has been very well documented. And so I will not comment more because we know that it's very dangerous. But this can be avoided, and only one way to avoid it or minimize it by stopping the flow to the land. Jadi, if we only use mangrove to reduce the speed, the water flow still moves to the land and it can still destroy. Yes, mangrove is capable to reduce the velocity, but the massive amount of water still destroy many things on the land. So the only way to avoid that or to minimize the destruction is by stopping the flow so that the water does not flow to the land. But to do that, we have to know the hydraulic of the tsunami wall. So this is the sketch to show the hydraulic of the tsunami wall. So the tsunami wall stops the strong current, but because it stopped the current, it actually modifies the kinetic energy of the flow, and this energy was used to raise the elevation of the water. Jadi oleh karena airnya itu di stop, tidak bisa mengalir kemana-mana, tenaganya dipakai untuk meninggikan. That is why the water will go up, go up, go up, finally will stop when the velocity is zero. Now, the water surface finally will follow this energy line. This is according to the law of conservation of mass and also conservation of energy. So the water surface will follow this line. Because of that, the water will flow back. And we can see here from the sketch, the hydraulic pattern is very complex here because this is the interaction between the water that flow back and also the incoming current. And sometimes there's a water jump and also broken waves. But eventually the backflow here will fight against the current. Jadi air yang menggulir kembali ini akan melawan, mengurangi kekuatan dari arus yang ditimbulkan oleh arus tsunami. Now, since tsunami is often associated with earthquakes, so the design of tsunami wall must also earthquake resistant. The question is how to do that. Well, the system that I created will be able to withstand that for earthquake resistant seawall. The integrated armor system provides a very strong interlocking to keep the integrity of the blocks. The size of the integrated armor block is significantly smaller than the size of regular quarry armor unit, because the strong magnitude of breaking wave forces acting on any block is always distributed to all the blocks within that row. And so this can be compared like a train. If someone tries to move just one block, one wagon, then he must be able to move the whole train. Now, in the design for tsunami wall, it is made with a gentle slope like this because it has several purposes. First of all, this gentle slope and also the berm here will serve as energy dissipation as tsunami wave comes and hit the structure. But during normal day, this gentle slope can also be used so that people actually can run there. So what happens if there are many people on the beach and they know that the tsunami is coming, they can actually run very easy on the structure to save themselves. Now the systematic interlocking feature in the integrated armor system technology provides an earthquake-resistant design for the tsunami wall. This is the sketch that I make. This is the tsunami wall built using the integrated armor system technology. This structure is very strong. It has resistance capacity of about 220 tons transversely. So in this transverse direction and the blue direction, it is capable to withstand 220 tons. And then on the other direction, it is capable to withstand 260 tons. So it is very powerful, capable to withstand wave more than 10 meters high. Now I have conclusion and recommendations. The first one, an efficient and rational design of rubble mount coastal defense structures requires an accurate knowledge of breaking wave forces along the surface of the cover layer. Jadi suatu desain yang rasional itu selalu memerlukan pengetahuan gaya yang akurat. There is no efficient design if we don't know the force acting on it. And so it is necessary to know the wave forces acting on it to enable to design an efficient design. Number two, the technology for measuring breaking wave forces on this armor unit in this study is accurate because it has been verified by comparing the measured force and the predicted force by the improved semi-empirical Morrison equation. Number three, the seaward edge of submerged and low crested breakwater is the most critical point for the stability of an armor unit. Jadi ujung paling kanan yang berhubungan dengan laut pada puncak breakwater itu merupakan titik yang paling kritis. Number four, impact force induced by breaking waves can be minimized by avoiding the vertical front flat surface oriented directly against the incoming waves. Jadi gaya impact itu dapat dikurangi dengan menghindarkan supaya permukaan unit pelindung menghindari supaya jangan ada permukaan yang rata dan vertikal semacam itu harus dihindari. Number five, examination of the simultaneous forces on the two cubical units arranged in tandem provides an important knowledge to improve the interlocking among the armor units. Itulah sebabnya ada lebih dari 50 bentuk yang bermacam-macam. Oleh karena apa? Semua bentuk itu dibuat bukan oleh karena mereka mengetahui gaya, tapi dilakukan dengan coba-coba. Jadi mereka membuat model skala kecil, dites di laboratorium, kalau tidak aman diubah lagi, dan sebagainya. So that is a trial and error examination. But this one here is actually based on the known force, recorded force, and then we decided. That is the rational design, rational way to design a rubble-bound structure. Number six, the integrated armor system can be seriously considered as an option to provide an economical cover layer system for rubble-bound structures, or tsunami walls, because of its beneficial engineering features. Jadi konstruksi EIS ini perlu dipertimbangkan secara serius, khususnya untuk pemerintah Indonesia, because Indonesia has a very long coastline, if I'm not mistaken, about 81,000 kilometers of coastline. And with the global warming, it increases already the water surface. And with the increase of the water elevation, it also increases the force acting on the beach. And so I think it is time for the Indonesian government to seriously consider the use of this technology, because it is rational design, and it is already proven in the small scale test. Thank you very much. Saya kembalikan kepada Pak Handali.
Thank you so much, Pak Wasi. It's a wonderful presentation of what Pak Wasi has invented. It's actually not just one, it's of several things which are actually connected to one another. The equipment to measure the wave, which are new, and after that also the integrated armor system, which actually is very much applicable for the protection of the coastal areas of Indonesia. And there's a question there about the earthquake design of breakwater, which actually was already addressed by Dr. Wasi. And we just look forward that you could probably help us here to be a part of your what do you call it, expertise, Pak Wasi, that somehow we will learn from you more, and that we will see that your technology is also being disseminated in Indonesia, which is probably the country that really needs to implement what you have already found. I think it's a wealth of information, wealth of experience that could only be done when you have the right equipment and all the laboratory to do so. But once again, our big thanks to Pak Wasi for sharing his findings, as well as the future prospect of us to use this for Indonesia as well as for any other part of the world. Let us give thanks to Pak Wasi, and actually this is already past midnight in Toronto, in Ontario probably. So selamat istirahat Pak Wasi, and our greetings to Ibu Wasi and all your children who are probably already scattered everywhere else in Canada. We really look forward to see you, and we love you, and please come back to greet us one day. Bapak Ibu, bersama dengan itu secara resmi empat pembicara, all the four presenters have already excellently presented their talk program, and we now are close to the closing of this seminar, and we would like to invite Pak George Iwan Marantika to make a concluding remark, and we probably have the keynote speaker. Betul Pak Bino? Pak Bino, do we still have the keynote speaker? Yeah, Pak George will give the keynote speaker and also the summary, as well as probably at the same time Pak George to close this seminar. I'll give you the time and the opportunity for you. Please, Pak George.
Handali, Dr. Handali, very, very impressive international webinar on the topic of building a 5.0 society, which is interesting because that's a society based on human capital development in this new era of disruption. So I want to thank all of the speakers today. Obviously, previously, Dr. Wasi Pramono, and then Doctor from Canada, Dr. Chen from Taiwan, and our own Dr. Philip from Tennessee, USA, and also together with us at the chapel, in the University Chapel, Dr. Nelson Okanya. So I think we've heard a very good summary of the topics related to not just technology, but how values is important. And as technology is a tool, it is not an end game. And so when we say building a 5.0 society, it has to also be value driven, as Dr. Nelson Okanya has shared with us earlier today. So earlier, Dr. Bapak Hashim Djojohadikusumo was with us at 11:30, but he had to leave at 12:15. But he sends his, because of a successive of meetings that he has at 12:15, so he could not continue to stay on board, but he sends his greetings, obviously representing the Christian community in Indonesia, and he sends also congratulations, for 40 years of UCRIM, Immanuel Christian University. So I think this international webinar is unique, and I hope Pak Handali and Pak Eka, Pak Rektor, and the vice rectors and the deans and the academic community in UCRIM, this is a model that we can use in the future as we begin to embark on what the organizers of this event today has coined, a 5.0 society. So today it's 5.0, maybe tomorrow it's going to be 6.0. So we all need to figure that out. But anyways, as we are building that society, again, for Universitas Kristen Immanuel or Immanuel Christian University, please maintain the course, stay the course, in providing education with perspective beyond times. Obviously, in this context, based on biblical value, which is perspective beyond times. And therefore, in order to empower the Indonesian youth, of empowering them with not just knowledge, but also values and character. And therefore, continue to have our graduates and our alumni be able to play a role in Indonesia's development and also globally, as our alumni are all around the world, be it in education, in ministry, in government, or even in NGO or social work. So with that, I'd like to close this international webinar representing the Indonesian Faith Foundation, which is the foundation that embodies the various institutions within our foundation, which includes Immanuel Christian University, or UCRIM, the only university that is in Faith Foundation structure. So Dr. Eka Suciadi, Pak Rektor, Dr. Samuel Handali, I thank you again with our academic community, the colleagues, the vice rectors, the deans, and also the speakers who joined today. Thank you again for joining us and being with us. And we hope for another series of discussion so that UCRIM, I think in the UCRIM theme song, Jayala UCRIM, right? Jayala UCRIM for another 40 years. God bless, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Jos Iwan Maratingka, for closing this seminar. And once again, thank you very much for all remarkable speakers for your willingness to share your insight and valuable thought to all of us in here, both on-site and online. And also thank you for our excellent moderator, Mr. Dr. Samuel Handali, for leading us for this very great seminar in Krismarantika Chapel from morning up to this afternoon. And now we will give an appreciation to our distinguished speaker and also our distinguished moderator, since we have only one speaker on site. So we ask Dr. Nelson Okanya to come to the stage also Dr. Samuel Handali to come to the state to receive the token of appreciation from the university, and I invite the president of the Immanuel Christian University, Dr. Eka Setiaadi, along with Ibu Sri Herlina, the Vice President for Finance and Human Resources and Infrastructure of Immanuel Christian University. Pak Eka will give the token of appreciation to Dr. Nelson Okanya, and then Ibu Sri Herlina will give the token of appreciation to Dr. Samuel Handali.
And this is many spices here for you, traditional food for warm enough in our body. Yeah, we have here a beras kencur or saffron colored rice, and then we have kunyit asam or turmeric ginger tamarind, and then temulawak or curcuma and ginger, and then bunga telang, butterfly pea. Okay, this is, this one we have Ukrim or Immanuel coffee, yeah, coffee, for lustrum time, yes. This is all of here for you.
Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Let's give applause to the speaker and the leaders of Ukrim. You may stay there, Pak Nelson, you may stay on stage.
Still one, sorry.
And make sure you keep the spices because that's made by the pharmacy department.
Okay, this is a small gift. We have Janoko or Arjuna here, puppet in Java or India. Yes. Mahabharat, yes. Yes. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
And now we ask Ibu Sri Herlina to give a token appreciation to Dr. Samuel Handali. Let's give a round of applause for excellent works that Pak Handali done for us this afternoon. And now it's time for the speakers and the leaders of Immanuel Christian University to take a picture. And I invite all the leaders from Immanuel Christian University, for the Vice President of Communication, and then for the student and all the Vice President to come forward and to take a picture together with the speakers. And all with in the middle, please. Here, in the middle. And then after this, I invite all the lecturers to come forward and we are going to take a picture together. Okay, all the lecturer and the dean, please come forward and we are going to take a picture together. Finally, we come to the end of the event. Thank you so much for all the participants online and on-site, also the speakers, also all leaders of Immanuel Christian University, the committee for your willingness to work hard for this event. And special thanks also to Dr. Samuel Handali for your willingness to become moderator for this event. Finally, God bless you all and see you again in our next event.